installation and repair, so they can repair my partition. I have a broken partition. No more. Look at the scoreboards, 1094, 147 miles an hour for Don. 1085, 130 miles an hour for Mike. Both of them locked in on the tree as they are in the teens. And now it's Peter Diamond left in the pickup. And Tom Amorosi. Chevrolet. Five reaction time is pretty darn good. 1096. That could use a little work. 136 the speed. 1123, 131 miles an hour for Pete. And that could use a lot of work. A lot of work. I'll bring up Mike Falcone. I still don't think Mission Impossible is a good name for a race car. I mean, Mission Difficult. Mission, this ain't going to be easy, but at least give yourself a little wiggle room. I mean, if it's impossible. Way to go, Falcone. See, it's not impossible. That's pretty darn good. 10.904. 140. For those of you that are trying to follow along on D1TV, apologize for the technical difficulties. And, you know, I'll try to explain this the best I can. It was Wayne's fault. I'm sorry. It was Dave's fault. I'm sorry, I got those two mixed up. Wayne and Dave, I always get them mixed up. They look so much alike. You know, we had a little bit of an internet glitch here that hardwired our way around. As Bill Arpine is coasting very slowly down the racetrack, 1091, 152 miles an hour for Bart Margaloo. That's another big speed car. And the GTO goes across in 17 seconds and 57 miles an hour. I do want to state that, you know, we appreciate MicroStrategies and everything that Anthony and his company does to bring D1TV. He has nothing to do with the technical side of this, or it would work. And I just want to make sure everybody knows, if you deal with MicroStrategies, it would work. But now we had a little internet glitch here, and I believe we got that straightened out, so we should be good for the rest of the weekend. That's what I'm told. I'm just reminded that it's not good to make fun of Wayne until after he pays me, so I'm going to be nice to Wayne now for... Attention in the pit. Super comp. Super comp. Come on down. We need you, please. 1093, 129 miles an hour, and a 006 light for Frank Volpe. That'll get you a couple of rounds. Ray Butler goes 1096 at 141. Brings up Gary Federico. Man, that thing is matte black, isn't it? I think if you're going to run moonshine in a Super Street 1, you black out the taillights and you are good to go. Larry Pulver on the right side. He is the pulverizer. Comes up over on the Firematic side, and that'll bring up Taylor Iacono for Big Oak Fuel. Where's Taylor's entourage? Oh, there they are. The entourage is hiding back here. Doug Busaw over on the right side. Hey, Doug, do us a favor, would you? Move that number over to the left side of the car. Please, please. .1094, 132 miles an hour for Taylor. 1102, 120 miles an hour for Doug. Hey, just a reminder, if there's anybody that is here for the first time, and definitely once we get into eliminations later on, anybody that is going to have a dial on the car, it needs to be on the left side, not on the back window, but on the left side. Our computer goddess is looking directly at the left side of your car, and that goes for car numbers as well. So if your car number is not visible looking straight from the left, please be so kind to fix that for us? How about a double 08 light for Dave Marco? How about a 1098 for Dave Marco? Well, the double 08 light was pretty good. The 1098, not so much. Not so much. 1094, 144 miles an hour for Dave Bergefeld. As we're rocking our way right on through Super Street here. And brings up Neil Vaccaro in the left side and the truck. I should know who drives that truck. Eric Corin. Oh, okay, I knew that. Both drivers jump too early. Eric is a thou too earlier than Neil. Is that a word? Earlier? Too earlier? More? Wow. How about a thou apart at that side, 6 thou apart down the racetrack? A pretty little side-by-side time run. Yeah, I know they're both red, but who cares? It's a time run. Is that Bob Voigt? I believe that's Bob Voigt in the black car. The Dynabrade car, I know who that is. That's Peter Maduri. The Malibu leaps off the starting line, then hits the stop and backs up. Cruising their way right on down. Wow, another 1090. We got like street going now. 10.902. At 129 miles an hour. So far, the only perfect 10.900 we had was in stock. 1108, 132 miles an hour for Pete. And he wasn't necessarily shooting for 10.900 in stock. Trust me on this, he wasn't. Steve McCarrick in that classic big old heavy Chevy. That's got an old school look about it, doesn't it? The way the wheel wells are done and everything. I mean, that's like a blast back in time. And that is like a blast a little bit too soon. The Malibu waited for the green and then waited some more and then waited some more and then took off. 10.905. All right, we got a real string going now. What's that, 5 in a row? I believe. 5 in a row, 10.905 at 127 miles an hour, 11.09 at 117 for our mystery man in the Malibu. Looks like we've got a few late arriving super streeters here, but that's okay. We'll get the database put together before we get, hopefully, back in the next round. Rick Mattioli coming up in the blue car with the white rally stripes. And I do not have any information on the Firebird driver over there. In the blue car with no stripes. Well, that's going to be the end of our 1090 streak. We got a 10.607, 125 miles an hour for the Bird. 11.01, 137 miles an hour for the Camaro. And here's Frank Abad. And Jay Nelville. Wow, that almost looked more like a stumble than a throttle stop, didn't it? Or am I making things up? Let's see how close he is to the 10.900. I don't care about red lights. That 1087, 130 miles an hour, that must have been stopping it. 1091, 126 mph just for Frank. And the Dodge Daytona rolls in next. And that car is a mystery to me. Kelly Kondratik over on the right side from JKR, as in Jeff Kondratik. I think it should be KKR because that's Kelly's car. Jeff, of course, your Lucas guy here, big Division I supporter. We've got a 00 Daytona. We've got an 1102, 002 and 1102. One of those 02s is pretty darn good. One of those 02s not so much, 1099 for Kelly at 139 miles an hour. Hey, we're going to make this final call, Super Comp. Oh, attention in the pit. Super comp, final call. If you're not in lanes, you ought to be. Luavala left. Lou's got mixed emotions. Yeah, don't we all? Carly Wolf on the right. The Fox body Ford. So we got a Ford v Chevy, the first generation Chevy. It probably, would you say the Fox generation's the most popular Mustang generation? I think you could make that argument. 11 flat for the Ford, 124 miles an hour, 1108, 127 for the Chevrolet. Here's Jason Mazzata, 1968 Nova. First year of the third generation, and over in the pickup is Zach Byron. They're in their set, and away they go. 008 reaction time comes up for Jason. And a 10.888 comes up for Jason. That's a pretty good run. If you're talking about practice, 008, 1088, a lot of guys would tell you, I am ready to rock. Zach Byron, not quite that good, but he's not exactly lost in the woods. Wow, this is like an all-star show, isn't it? Sean Frick, who is pretty good at this, and Brian Sawyer, who is the champ. The sudden impact machine over on the right side for Team Sawyer. As a family, does the Sawyers have more do the Sawyers have more championships in Division I than any other family? Who? Manzo? That's not a family, that's just a guy. I'm thinking that the Stalba family has a few. The Biondo family has a few. Santangelo family. No, Santangelo, how many does a family have? See, I just come up with stuff and somebody else can find the answers because I don't feel like it. Looks like something happened to David Johnson's car. I would think he would have seen that coming. Get it? Prophecy? That's like the psychic that went out of business due to unforeseen circumstances. $1083, 150.5 miles an hour. That could be the Prophecy 11. Was car numbers 111? Maybe you're right. Maybe it should be Prophecy 111, which would either be 3 or 111. Joe Santangelo says, between me and my dad, we have 9. And then he also said, I have 8, he has 1. You could have just left it at 9, Joe. You could have just left it alone. Leave it right there. But no, let's go ahead and chuck Dad under the bus. It's like, yeah, between me and Frank Manzo, we have 17 world championships. Right, exactly. Exactly. Here comes Jose Sanchez out of Mega Mufflers. What if you just need a mini muffler? Can they handle that too? I bet they can. Jason Lawrence over on the right side. Hard work, man. I don't want no part of hard work. I'm gonna name my race car Lazy Bum. Holy smokes, that's like a Boychesco throttle stop, isn't it? That thing left the starting line, went back in park. 1087, 148 miles an hour for Jason. 1085, 119 miles an hour for Jose. And here comes Tim Fletcher. in the ATI Nova. I'm telling you, it's going to take me a long time to get used to Fletcher cars being white. And Bill Krug. I think maybe I'll just sneak over there tonight and paint it blue. Or maybe that's a wrap. Can I just peel that stuff off? Yeah. Maybe we'll really freak everybody out and paint them yellow. Or red. Or pink with purple polka dots. I don't care. You like that? Fletcher goes 1078, 136 miles an hour. Krug goes 1181, 126 miles an hour. And I do believe that's it for Super Street. Looks like Super Comp is rolling around the corner. We're going to keep up the target practice, but we're going to change the target from 1090 to 890. Hey, Mabel. Happy birthday. They tell me today's your birthday. That's awesome. Well, we appreciate you spending it out here with us. It's great to see you. Well, while Super Comp cars are getting ready to roll up here, our favorite racing insurance man is getting ready to roll up here as well and pick up the microphone. Bill, nice to be back in your house. Thank you for sharing with me again this year.
Alan, my pleasure.
Yeah, you're right.
It
oh,
is
come on,
true.
that was funny.
So this is supposed to be an oil dragster class, huh? That is definitely the coolest car in the class. Vega, altered wheelbase, wing. Up against Chris Ladiga in the dragster, and look at that little Vega go. I think he's going to be a little quicker than 890. Yeah, 825 at 167. You're going to have to put the throttle stop on that. 895, good run for Chris. 160 miles an hour, 009 reaction time. Wow. Another door car lands Pinto. 2005 Cavalier. Beautiful car in the far lane. One of my favorite dragsters, Chrissy Klein. She and her husband have two very similar cars, but I always tell Chrissy I like hers better. I like the green. Even though green is technically not a lucky color for racing. I think we're over that. Pinto slows down top end 898 at 150. Chrissy a little off 903, but 172 miles an hour. Interesting conditions, relatively cool, pretty humid. Given the fact we may be racing in 90-degree temperatures tomorrow, this could be a challenge. Next pair, Dana Beauchamp, one of our regulars here at Lebanon Valley from East Hampton, Connecticut. Up against Dave Markle, North Chile, New York. I like that. Markle, good light, 015. He goes 887, 888 for Dana. If it were a real race, would be a double breakout. Dana would be the winner. She was closer to the 890 index. Next up, Alan Gauthier, the Raven Racing car, up against Jen Murray. Alan was kind of late. Jen Murray, 2000s too quick. 888 for Jen, 894 for Alan, 163 miles an hour, 170 for Jennifer. Fink Equipment Lane, somebody that has won a bunch of races, Rich Dorr, Watertown, New York. Won the national event at Epping, New Hampshire back in 2017. Hope that national event will be back next year. Tiana Zarella in the far lane, in the Firematic lane from Beverly, Mass. TNT Motorsports has a fleet of cars here. Their home base is New England Dragway. They have some great drivers. Throttle stops make for interesting watching. Big difference in the mile an hour. 896 for Rich, 889 with the 4 for Tiana. Backing up Mike McIntyre in the Fink Equipment lane. John Durfus in the Firematic lane. Two good lights. Tightens up a little bit. The finish line, 899 for McIntyre. Durfus, a little too much throttle stop, 917 at 165 miles an hour. Our starter picking up a spare part or two. Another one of our locals in the Fink Equipment lane, Jasmine Weeder. Graduate from the junior dragster ranks, now is in the senior dragster class up against Tom Slater, Colonia, New York. Jasmine's got the better reaction time, a 12:2:59. She goes 886, Slater 892, 175 miles an hour. Even though the index is 890, a lot of the drivers are aiming to get into the high 80s. A lot of them like to have a couple of hundredths in the bank. In case they spin the tires, they have ways to get rid of too much elapsed time down track. A lot of strategy in this class. Don't have a name for the Fink Equipment, the gray car. Tom Oliver over in the Firematic lane. 2004 Ed Coy car. Oliver's car slows a lot at the top end to a 910 at 124, 879 in the Fink Equipment lane. Two nice looking cars coming up. Rick Rollinson, Firematic lane. He's from Orange, Connecticut. Phil Malacella, longtime racer, Westchester, Pennsylvania, down near Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Perfect reaction time for Rick Rollinson, 000. He goes 892 with 21 thousandths package. That's pretty good. Malacella a little slow, 908. Look at the mile an hour, 182 miles an hour for Malacella. Here's an interesting one. That's not Patty Blake. That's her dad, Jimmy Blake, driving what is a new car to them. I think Patty had to work this weekend. Jimmy's car was broken, normally runs in top dragster. Jimmy says, I'm taking it over up against his son, James Blake. in the Follow a Dream car. Well, Dad goes red, kind of big time. .906 for Dad, 891 with the 7. Pretty good for James Blake. The Aero Swiss car belongs to Keith Lozier, Winstead, Connecticut. Somebody that races up here in Super Eliminator every week. Put the throttle stop on the car. Is going to try to run an 890 in the far lane, William Pitts, East Amherst, New York. Definitely hear those cars going off and on the stop. 885 for Lozier, 886 for Pitts. 2 decent runs. Now we have a couple of New England guys in the Fink Equipment lane. Rob Hyatt, the owner of Echo Towing up in Salem, New Hampshire. In the far lane, Steve Logan, Weymouth, Mass. Both cars built by the very famous Dan Page, who also built my last race car. Actually, Hyatt's car is almost a duplicate of my old car. $887 for Hyatt, $891 for Logan, both at 167 miles an hour. 2 pretty good runs. Next pair, Emily LeBlanc, driving a car with a little bit of history. Scott DeWitt's Boston Blitz car. Boy, that car has been around since before I had gray hair. Spencer Markell in the far lane from Montvale, New Jersey. 2 good lights, 14 and a 17. Emily's out in front. Gets there first with an 888, 907 for Spencer. Next pair, it's his number. It doesn't look like his car. Brad Coryell, Weir, New Hampshire. Chris Cumming in the Firematic lane from Milton, New Hampshire. Coryell out in front, 888 with the 7. To an 888 with a 1. Had that been an actual race, Coryell would have won it. He was 6 thousandths of a second closer to the index. Jim Gagnon from Norfolk, Connecticut. Newer car to him. It's a Dan Page built car. You'll see a lot of Dan Page cars here. Might be Jimmy's first run with that car with a throttle stop. He goes 918, but at 170 miles an hour. Good light, 026. They just got to play with the timer a bit. Looking at the big crowd down on Losers Hill, want to say hello to Dave Satilli and Henry Heward, two old friends of mine who I know are there, sitting in the golf cart, checking out the action. In the Fink Equipment Lane, Mike Handress from Brooklyn, New York. 2012 Race Tech car. New sponsorship from Nitro Fish. In the far lane, Janice Willard, one of the Racing Willard family. There's probably no more than half a dozen of them here. Anders has the better reaction time. He goes 888. Janice goes 919. Miles an hour 173 for Mike, 166 for Janice. Well, I know that's Louis Bonilla, the guy with the funny hat with the horns. He's had one of those for a long time. I believe that's his son in the car, Antonio. Miranda Marsters in the far lane, Dixfield, Mass. Maine, Dixfield, Maine. Maine, Massachusetts, all the same. They have lobster. Okay, we got issues. Wait to see the alcohol cars later, which includes the Nitro Dragsters. We have some of the top cars in the country here who will be qualifying and competing. We're back to action. Miranda goes red, and something goes wrong with the car. Antonio goes 888, 176 miles an hour. If you're familiar with dragsters, a lot of these cars that are going well over 170, if they were driving without a throttle stop, would be running way into the 7-second zone. Love the car in the far lane. New car for Doug Dahl, former competition eliminator world champ. Guy who did it with a perfect season matching Ace Manzo. Angelo DeTaco, former Superstock racer in the Fink Equipment Lane. DeTaco has a perfect reaction time, the second one of the session. 777s for Doug Dahl at only 157 miles an hour, 897 for Angelo at 174. The quickest of the Willard family in the far lane, Jessica Stadolski, her married name, used to drive the Hanna family Queen of Diamonds jet dragster. This young lady has gone over 300 miles an hour more times than she can count. We got one more little glitch. We're backing the cars up, and Kathy Smulligan in the Fink Equipment Lane. All right, we're going to shut them down for a minute. Hey, don't forget, we have great food here at Lebanon Valley, the concessions, located right behind the grandstands. I would say, yeah, we're probably just past breakfast. We have hot dogs, hamburgers, cheeseburgers, chicken sandwiches, pizza, cold beer, cold drinks. We got everything. Everything except martinis, and I'm working with Howard. We're going to try to make that happen. Jessica a little late, Kathy a little quick. 897 for Kathy, 892 for Jessica. Two good runs in the 890s. So many familiar names in the far lane. Dave Rowe, son of the legendary chassis builder Mark Rowe from Fleetwood, Pennsylvania. Mark Pettit, Nashua, New Hampshire in the Duesenberg car in the Fink equipment lane. All right, attention in the pits. As Alan would say, attention in the pits. We need super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes. Pair of red lights, 861, way too quick for Mr. Rowe. 890 with a 9, right on time for Mark Pettit. Once again, super stock to the staging lanes, super stock to the lanes. Next pair, Chase Fonstock in the red and black car up against Jamie Madison. Jamie Madison won the race up at New England Dragway, our first points race a couple of weeks ago. And if that were a real race, he would have won that too. 891 with a 9 for Madison, 893 for Fonstock. So whenever I want to think about getting old, I think about friends of mine like Heather Fetch, who I've known since she was in junior dragsters. Now she's got a mom and a little boy who's got to be thinking about doing juniors himself. Heather has been a very successful racer. She won the Indy Nationals, I don't know, maybe about 15 years ago in Super Comp. Won Englishtown in Super Comp as well. Joey Cambria, another heavy hitter in the airlift car in the Firematic lane. Heather has a better reaction time, 17 to a 32. And look at that, 890 with a 2. 19 thousandths package for Heather. 891 with an 032 light. Still pretty good for Joey. That would have been a very good win for Heather. In far lane, Dick Dorr. That's the second one. That's Dad. And his son is behind the car. Richard Leone, Nalapan, New Jersey. Say that 20 times fast. 2019 Race Tech car. Beautiful car. $896 with an O for Leone. $892 with an O for Richard. Two really good runs. Dorr went 183 miles an hour. And here's Heather Fetch's dad, Mike Robalato, multi-time national event winner, Division I champion 2 times, 2018 Jegs All-Star winner. This guy has won a bunch in the far lane. Another guy that's won a bunch, our track champion, Grant Nichols. Mike goes a little red. Grant Nichols, 013. Look at that. Grant Nichols, 013 with an 892. Mike, 885 at 177. We have 3 racers that we need to the second floor of the tower. One is Terry Gennett from Portland, Connecticut. Peter Sanka from North Haven, Connecticut, and Wilbert Beach, the famous Wilbert Beach from Patterson, New York. All 3 of you, please come up to the second floor of the tower office. Next pair in the Firematic lane, Tom Hunter. Ed McClellan, former Division I champion in the Fink Equipment lane. Hunter having some issues. McClellan, 008 light, 888 with an 8, 178. Great burnout for Jerry Holcomb. It's almost as good as my friend Bill Krug. John Smith, Johnny Smith, Poughkeepsie, New York, in the Fink Equipment lane. Here's the other Gilman. Gary Gilman, longtime racer, West Peru, Maine. Beautiful Dan Page car. And the far lane, the legendary Mr. Happy Dan Bisbano, Buchanan, New York. Mr. Happy cuts down the tree, 00. Gets their first 890 with the 2 and 11 thousandths package. 895 for Gilman with an 042 light. Next up, Jason Kenny. Pink Equipment Lane, Dan Page car. 5-time division champ. In the far lane, Justin Mason. Another Page car from Northborough, Mass. $888 for Mason, $884 for Kenny, both over 170 miles an hour. John Martin from New Jersey over in the Firematic lane. Chuck Rapella, West Springfield, Mass, one of the local guys, guy that won this race in the past, in the Fink Equipment lane. .007 green, 007 red. Chucky, 897, 938, way off for John Martin, but at 186 miles an hour. Wow. Katie, earlier, in her white Chevelle. Krug, 879 and 165. Sapanic, a little bit closer, 885 at 184. Another green dragster, Kenny Moses, Colonia, New Jersey. 2019 American Race Cars chassis. In the far lane, Jeff Kondratic, one of the nicest guys out here. Dealer for Lucas Oil Products. Both of these guys have won a ton of races. Moses doubled up, I believe it was last year at New England Dragway, won Top Dragster and Super Cup. And look at Moses, 890 with a 1 with a 21 light. Jeff Little Red with an 882. Last car. Sean Frick. His wife, last I looked, tied for the points lead nationally in alcohol dragster. Sean, a multi-time event winner, both in Super Street and Super Comp. This is a beautiful 2011 Race Tech dragster. Goes 1,000th of a second red. That's not too bad. That's pink. He goes 894, 180 miles an hour. That does it for round one of Super Comp. And if you like wheel stands, you're going to like what's coming around the corner. Super Stock Eliminator. First pair, the older Nova, Rapid Cargasian, Waltham, Mass. 66 Nova with flames, and far lane John Cera. 71 Nova, 350 cubic inches. Both cars pull the front wheels. 1083 for John Cera, Cargasian. 1115. 116. Just barely under the index for both. I think we will probably see some quicker cars as we go along. Greg Sutherland, Super G Automatic Small Block Nova, 327. Watch this thing launch. 134, 60-foot time shock blaze in the Mustang. Eric Merrifield in the Bounding Beagle. Mark Lawton in the Camaro. Wow, Gove went 95 under and he's only number 3. Holy cow. Oh, yeah. Eric Merrifield 006 light. Huge wheel stand. Still goes 67 under with a 1063. Lawton 59 under with a 995. The Bounding Beagle definitely did some bounding. Next pair in Firematic Lane, Jeff Thornton, Woodbury, New Jersey, in the Camaro. The white Camaro, I do not have driver's name. Thornton makes quite a run, gets there, 10-17, 829 under. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need super gas to the lanes now. Super gas to the lanes now, please. Okay, next pair, Joe Lisa and Eddie Bloom. Bloom in the Firebird, Joe Lisa in the Camaro, and this car can leave the starting line. Eddie did the bigger wheel stand there. Eddie, 940, 247 under. Joe Lisa, a little bit further under, 648 under with a 1015. Moves him into the number 10 spot. Joe Mendello from Hamden, Connecticut, in the gray Camaro, and Jeff Jewell, Bangor, Pennsylvania, beautiful, 427, 67 Corvette Coupe. Mendillo left a little too early. That doesn't matter. It's a time trial. Jewel goes 947 at 138 in the Corvette, 57 under, 45 under for Mendillo. William Kennedy in the Firebird. Mark Lebrecht, owner of Diamond RV, or at least former owner of Diamond RV. I think he sold the place. In the pickup truck, he did. 10:03 for the pickup truck. He moves into the number 1 spot, 1.069 under the index. Kennedy, 77 under. Now we got 2 cars over a full second under the index. That is impressive. We have good conditions out there. Next pair in the Camaro, the Copo car, Bob Letelier, Biddeford, Maine. They have a fleet of Copos up there. Dwayne Eiskent, Alexandria, Virginia, in the Mustang. Attention in the pits. One more time. Super gas. We need you to the lanes. We don't have a single car in the lanes. We've called you 5 times. We need, please, super gas to the lanes. Super gas, final call. Brian Valentine, And the white Firebird up against Joe Santangelo. Multi-time, 8 times Division I champion in his Camaro over in the Firematic lane. And watch this car, it can do some monster wheel stands. That's just a baby wheel stand. 2 good lights, a 14 and a 15. Joe gets out of it early, never tries to be the low qualifier. He goes 10:37, which is 4:24 under. Valentine just about 16 under. In the Fink equipment lane, Brian Werner. 94 Camaro with a 350 in it. In the far lane, Shane Oakes. Another Firebird. Big wheel stand for Werner. .07 and only 107 miles an hour. Gets out early. Goes 6:23 under. Oakes 3:86 under. 10:11. He was out of it too. Only 110. Here's the other Werner, Brian Werner, Duncannon, Pennsylvania. 90 Chevy, 350 and Super J automatic. In the far lane, Herbie Sullivan, Ridgely, Maryland. Another 80s Camaro with a 350 in it. This one running GTI automatic. And how do they do that? Different car weights. Two big wheel stands for the last pair in Super Stock. They both get out of it early. 10:51 for Werner. 10:40 flat for Sullivan. That was fun, and I'm turning back over to Mr. NHRA, Alan Reinhardt.
I just want to state for the record, I am not Mr. NHRA. I don't want that kind of responsibility. I'd rather just be the dumb old unofficial announcer. Everything I say is unofficial, remember that. So you can't come up later and say, well, the announcer said. No, he didn't. You can't prove it, you didn't hear it, and if you're recording it on D1TV, please erase it. Just doing a quick little touch-up out there on the racetrack before we roll out our super gassers. Just want to remind everybody that this goes for crews, racers, everyone. We are allowed spectators here this weekend, and I think that's awesome. Great that some of you fans came out. We're expecting a few of them more throughout the course of the weekend, but let's just remember you got to protect yourself and others by wearing a cloth mask or at least some kind of face covering so that you don't spread germs when you talk, sneeze, or cough. If you're going to be anywhere near other people, especially if you're within 6 feet of other people, indoors, and face coverings are required when you're talking to a track or NHRA official. Just, keep your distance. Everybody, be wise and let's be healthy. We're all going to get through this. Just going to take a little effort before we get there. We appreciate all of you coming out this weekend. Big thanks again to MicroStrategies, Anthony Bongiovanni and company for making D1TV a thing. We certainly appreciate all of our Division I sponsors, and we got a bunch of them, from class sponsors to bounty sponsors to all kind of stuff going on around here. And it looks like we're getting ready to put the tractor away. We should be getting ready to roll out the 990 cars. We've got super gas cars locked and loaded. Top Dragster, you guys are next. Be prepared. Run order is going to be Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and then we're going to go into our first alcohol qualifying session. Top Sportsman, you will run behind that is the way that my schedule is written. So Top Dragster, hopefully you guys are warmed up and ready. We're going to be calling you into the lane shortly. As Super Gas getting ready to roll out right now. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster, come on down. Presented by Select Performance. We need you to the lanes, please. Tommy Tape, Top Dragster. To the staging lanes, please. If you want to use one of these, feel free, and then just like take it with you when you're done, because that's why I've got this one carrying around in my pocket. We've got our super gas cars rolling up into the water box for their first practice session. 990 is the target, and Matt Serafin going to slide in here and talk a little bit about super gas target practice. It's all yours, sir.
All right, first up in the right-hand lane is going to be Guy Hansen out of Westport, Connecticut. Yeah, Steve Ortson in the left-hand lane. Not a whole lot of information on the screen in front of me, but we can guess from here. Shooting for 990. Got 991 on the left-hand lane, 993 on the right, just shy of 150 in the right lane. Cool car. I had a red light on the light versus green. What's the difference here? Is it a 110 or a whole?
You'll when I'm done with this now, on the last side.
All right, pulling up now, we're going to have Darren Wood out of Barkhamsted, Connecticut in the left-hand lane, and Steve in the right-hand lane. One's going to be a 67 Chevy with a 332 in the left. Kevin Carey out of Colebrook, Connecticut in the right-hand lane.
Hey, I want to apologize for Matt. Give him a break. There's a lot of the cars that showed up this morning that are not yet in the system, so we don't have information on all the drivers as of right now, but we'll get that handled as the day goes on.
We got what's listed as a 2027 Ford in the right-hand lane, though, so the factory Ford team must have let out an early model for us. We got Ted Lee out of Jefferson, Mass. with his 1995 Oldsmobile. Got a 565 in it. Left-hand lane looks like we got there. 69 Camaro on the left-hand lane. Once again, shooting for 990. .026 out of Ted Leahy. And 164 with a 996. Up next out of Fairhaven, Massachusetts, we have Mike Monitz with his 74 Vega. In the right-hand lane, we have Barry Ribera out of North Dartmouth, Mass. with his 57 Chevy. 428 in the left, 527 on the right. 005 reaction time for Mike. He's cruising. And with a 990 with a 3 for Mike in the left-hand lane. 994 for Barry. Out of Kinderhook, New York in the left lane, we have Chuck Rothmel. Right-hand lane out of Bangor, Pennsylvania, we got Leonard Roto. 01 Pontiac in the left versus a 63 Chevy in the right. 006 reaction in the left-hand lane for Chuck. Ooh, just a little bit too quick in the left-hand lane with a 989 with an 8, so just a tick slower, and he'd have been perfect there.
Hey, listen up real quick. Everybody grab your cell phone. Okay, if you're the person that just went, oh crap, where's my cell phone? Come see me.
All right, Ian St. Pierre with that 57 Corvette running down against Richard Anderson's at East Hampton, Connecticut. We got a breakout on the left with a 987 for Ian. All right. Coming from Allentown, Pennsylvania, we have Rick Holman right now in his 1967 Chevrolet in the left-hand lane, sporting a 565 Chevrolet motor under the hood. Attention, top dragster, please make your way to the staging line. Top dragster to the staging line. 007 reaction time for Rick in the left-hand lane. Ooh, with an 8899 there. Be able to make one small change of that, and he'll be right on. Two open tops here right now. We got Jason Kenny out of Cutston, Pennsylvania, and Iggy Bosecco out of Boychesko out of Warminster, Pennsylvania. I wonder if they staged up just because they were both driving their Sportsters. Right-hand lane sporting a 588, where the left-hand lane is sporting a just a smidge bigger 598. The right-hand lane, he's got a 94 U.S. Nationals win versus Jason on the left-hand side with a 5-time Division I champion. So both still shooting for 990. Both look like two racers who are well-versed in what they're about to do. So it should be a really good race. Two great reaction times. 005 on the left for Jason. Ooh, like we expected, two racers who know what they're doing right near that 990 mark, with Jason just going a smidge fast at 984, but Iggy going 991. Got Brenda Hunter out of York, Pennsylvania in the right-hand lane with a 63 Corvette with a 555. Both of them go out. No. All right, left-hand lane, we got Jerry Pierce out of Albany, New York versus right-hand lane Jeff Fisher, New Alexandria, Pennsylvania. 9.94 for Jeff Fisher and a 9.92 for Jerry Pierce. Pulling up now. In the right-hand lane, we have Charles Yannetti out of Alpine, New Jersey, driving a 1927 Ford Roadster with a 565 in it. Looks like we've got another Roadster in the left-hand lane. Yeah, and we got Charles breaking out just a little bit too fast with a 985 in the right-hand lane and a perfect 9905 in the left. Left-hand lane pulling up right now. We have Tim Quinton out of Fairfax, Vermont with a 70 Plymouth versus Dennis Allen in his 70 Nova out of Sayville, New York. Dennis goes a little bit quick with a 988 to Tim's 1009 coming out the end. Left-hand lane, we have a 93 Ford out of Irwin, Pennsylvania, owned by Bill Nuzzo against Justin Lopes out of Lakeville, Massachusetts, 6'3 Chevy 2. Justin's got a 632 Chevy. Bill's got a 435. Triple zero reaction time on the left from Bill. With a 990 going to Justin on the right with a 1020 for Bill. Up next, we're going to have Peter Mowdy out of North Tonawanda, New York with a 93 Chevrolet. My eyes just aren't quite strong enough to see the gentleman in the right-hand lane. What his name is. Frank Volo. Apparently I have the worst eyes in the tower, and I have glasses on. Oh, so Nick actually has his dad's car right now, so. We'll see if he's allowed to take it back out again. Ooh, 996 out of Nick in the right-hand lane against Peter's 10-0. Once again, top draggers to the staging lanes, top draggers to the staging lanes. All right, Mike Sawyer out of Leominster, Mass. with a 2018 Corvette versus Peter Luciano out of Malvern, Pennsylvania with his 68 Camaro with a 410 under the hood. Let's see if he can beat the 618 of Mike. Ooh, two great reaction times. 000 on the right and 020 on the left for Peter. Just a little bit faster Mike with a 984. Peter finishing off with a 10-0. Tom Goldman out of Allentown, Pennsylvania with his 58 Corvette is going to come up against Ray Sawyer. Oh, no, that's not a Corvette.
Goldman's Corvette taken apart.
Uh-oh, I'm hearing that Goldman's Corvette is taken apart, so this one is getting rolled out of mothballs, so this is a substitute car. First time in 13 years, but it doesn't seem like it's too far off with an 023 reaction time to Ray Sawyer's 01. Hey, it's got to be a good sign if you go faster than your 990 in a car you haven't driven in 13 years. That means you don't got to make it faster. It's an easy problem to slow a car down. All right, up in the right-hand lane, we have Dwayne LaFleur out of Clarence Center, New York, driving a 68 Camaro with a 558 to Rich Pierce in his 04 Don Davis, I'm assuming chassis, with a 565. Double 04 reaction time for Rich in the left-hand lane. Ooh, with a 991 for Rich. 986 for Dwayne. All right, left-hand lane, we're going to have Michael Handress out of Brooklyn, New York with a 2004 Cavalier with a 615. Right-hand lane, we have Joseph Galucci out of South Amboy, New Jersey with a 63 Corvette with a 587. For Joseph in the right-hand lane. Gonna get ran down, maybe. Michael on the left. Ooh, breaks out with an 895 to Joe's 1004 in the right-hand lane. William Monroe rolling up in the left-hand lane out of Gilsum, New Hampshire. Right-hand lane, we're gonna have Doug Masters out of Canton, Maine with a 64 Corvette. Oh, 35 reaction time for William Monroe in the left-hand lane. Win's gonna go out to William with a 990. Fantastic run with a reaction time of 038.
Got just a little spritz at the top end of the racetrack, so we're going to go into hold here real quick. It shouldn't be much from everything that we're seeing, but obviously when we're doing this, especially with no tread on the tires, any moisture is too much moisture, so keep your fingers crossed, bear with us, and think dry thoughts. If you guys want to send any of this rain out to my place in southern Arizona, we got a fire going on out there. It's like 120,000 acres. We'd love to have it, but just hopefully just a momentary hold here for a little spritz down at the far end of the racetrack. We're going to go ahead and blast the tractors out there just to stay on top of it, but we should be back to racing here hopefully in a couple of minutes. I'm going to start a cell phone collection. I got 2 of them now. Hey, everybody grab your cell phone again. Okay, now if you're the one that just went, oh, crap, come see me. Wait, let's see what I got here. See if I can open this. I haven't talked to my mom in like Bangladesh in 80 years because it costs so much to call, but, you know, if I'm using your phone, what do I care? Hi, Mom.
So I gotta have a picture of your
Oh, man, it's locked. I can't even call. Anyway, I have a collection going now. I got 2 cell phones in the tower. If one of them is yours, come get it. Actually, whoever gets here first gets to take home the nicer one. Or if you want, you can call me and I'll tell you a snail joke. Maybe we love you, honey, but put away the rain magnet. You're not helping. You're not helping. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Alan, what's the National Dragster website?
Where's the Brian Baker?
Right here.
Just call her.
I was just going to tell you. Well, we found one phone owner. And I mean, I don't want to throw him under the bus, but it was Keith. Who's in the Trans Am, who's in the right lane. Okay, here's the deal. I'm going to give Mother Nature 10 minutes. If in 10 minutes we're still on hold, then Moan is going to fire up his Father's Day jokes from Epping, and we're going to run through the whole thing again. That should be enough to scare Mother Nature off. What do you mean we can't do that?
We've already used that shtick.
Right. That's what makes the threat worthwhile.
We'll have to come back and do you.
Hey, quick reminder, while it's quiet, Chapel will be tomorrow morning, 7:30, and it's down at the end of the grandstands. Bring your own seating apparatus, either a chair or a golf cart or whatever, but if you'd like to come join us, you're going to miss out on your normal Sunday worship services by being here this weekend. We are going to have a Saturday morning chapel, as is tradition here in Division I. Love to have you come join us tomorrow morning, 7:30, at the finish line end of the grandstands. I do believe just another lap or two with the tractor, and we should be able to get right back at it. Well, in the grand scheme of because weather is stupid, earlier this morning there was 100% humidity and we were racing. It is now 86% humidity and it's falling out of the sky. That's stupid. The water grains are at 128.6. You could almost drink the air.
So if you ride a scooter fast enough, you can?
Yes, if you're riding a scooter fast enough, you can.
You just gotta chomp through the air.
Hey, you guys laugh all you want. It's supposed to be hot tomorrow, and it's going to be really sticky then. That'll be a classic example of, I shot an arrow in the air, and it stuck.
Are you done after this run?
There's still just a taste of moisture out there on the racetrack, and that's what they're dealing with. I want to race. Hey, Tommy Tape Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. If you're not in the staging lanes, you're late because I believe we've got one pair of super gas cars left And then we're going to dive right into Top Dragster qualifying. So, Top Dragster, if you're not here, why not? Yay, no more concrete farming. Let's race. One last pair of 990 cars, they tell me. And then we're going to jump into Tommy Tape Top Dragster. By the way, Dave went through and looked up the division championship leaders in Division 1. No surprise to anybody.
The Manzo family, led by Frank, has the most. The Biondo family, led by everybody named Biondo, has the second most. The commission got to research. I mean, everybody wants to hear over my shoulder. Oh, well, here. The Pomponio family's not on the list, okay? Is that what you were looking for?
Got a triple S tie between Sawyer Stalba and Santangelo at 9 each. And we got two cars left. Ron Ross on the left side, Keith Schubert on the right side. Keith, who has been reunited with his cell phone. We're going to need it later. Schubert's car was doing the old hippity-hoppity-hoo off the starting line there and moved over towards the concrete. He wisely took his foot off the pedal because, well, even though his car and the concrete are basically the same color, we still didn't want to swap anything out there. 1007 at $153 for Ross in the Corvette. 1169 at 102.
Time to crank up the performance meter here. It is Tommy Tape Top Dragster, presented by Select Performance. And they're rolling out the qualifying session. Number one.
Really? You want to burn out over my Tommy Tape? See, at least Tisdale's car's not so loud. I'm trying to say nice things about the class sponsor, and they like burn out right over my ears. Pleased to announce that Tommy Tape and Select Performance have returned to sponsor not only Top Dragster, but Top Sportsman as well for 2020. The Tommy Tape Top Dragster Series, presented by Select Performance, is going to be the name for Pick Me, the Dragster class. And meanwhile, the Top Sportsman class has the same name, only with Sportsman in there instead of Dragster. But we appreciate everything they do for us, and if you want more information on Tommy Tape, you can find them online, www.tommytape.com. If you want more information on Select Performance, just go see them. They're right over there. Isn't Leslie here? Isn't somebody here? Somebody here from Select. Jeff Tisdale. That, by the way, is a small block. You're not going to see a lot of small block, no power adder cars in this category. Jim Dunn over on the right side, that is not a small block, and it's got a big old blower on top of it. It looks like a combination of an altered, a roadster, and a front-engine dragster. Red. That's a really loud car. Those loud cars scare me. Red lights don't count in qualifying. 657, 204 miles an hour. Going to put Jim Dunn in number one spot for the moment. 750 to 175 for Jeff Tisdale. And that'll bring up James Beckman. Well, hi there, champ. Jim's Welding Service. I could have used you last week. Just because I was lazy. I really didn't want to do it myself. couple of Pro Charger cars blasting off here. Left lane with the Pro Charger running right off the front of the crankshaft. The right lane with the thing hanging off the side of it like the window tray in the Flintstones. Doesn't that thing look like it should just fall over? I got more boost than you got. Neener, neener, neener. 638, 215 miles an hour for the left side. 708 at 191 miles an hour. Looked like a little bit of a late shoot down there in the left lane, but Jim got both of them out, and he appears to be woed down just fine. Thank you very much. I'm going to wait until round 2, and then we're going to do the power adder versus non-power adder count. We did that a week ago. This is a fun division to run in because you guys can run without having to run 620. I mean, no offense to Division 3 and Division 4 guys, but you know, when the bump is 622, it kind of sucks a little of the fun out of it for some of the guys. Rich Jameson over there, that's the rock and roll car, and that's a big old nitrous bottle parked behind his big block. No power adder here on the left side, and also new announcer information here on the left side, but don't worry about it. We'll get it squared away later on. Later, I promise you. I promise you, there's no reason for me to lie to you. It's not like we're dating. 641 at 210 miles an hour, and that's going to put Jameson in the number 2 spot behind Beckman. 764 at 174 miles an hour. Here on the left side of the racetrack, and that'll bring up the Midnight Sun. You guys can't quite see the Midnight Sun around here, right? I don't think so. Bob Ahita here on the left side, and he is one of the owners of Tommy Tape. Well, how come it's not Bob's tape? How come it's not Midnight Sun Specialty Tape? You know, you would think the car that says TT Motorsports would be part of the Tommy Tape team. How much tape would it take to make the sun stay up at midnight? No, that would work. We'll just tape it to the clouds. No, this is a brilliant idea. It only sounds monumentally stupid. 656 at 204 for Bob. 693 at 102 for Nick Willard. Well, the moon is 93 million miles away. Just be glad you don't have to walk. That'll bring up Paul Neal. Paul Neal, by the way, that is a Harold Martin fuel-injected motor. I misidentified it as having a couple of 4 barrels last week, and I should know better, but that is a naturally aspirated, fuel-injected, really cool hot rod. Over in the right side is Dave Petrovsky with the blue bottle bolted down behind his big block. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Competition Eliminator, come on down. We need you, please. Competition Eliminator to the staging lanes. Reaction time separated by 2 thou. Elapsed time separated by not very much either. 4 thou if you want to get technical. That would have been a fun side-by-side run. 668 to a 668. Margin to stripe was 0.06 of a second if you're scoring by stopwatch, and that'd be a fun race if you were the one that was in front. It would not be so much fun if you were the one who was not in front. Because it's always, anybody that tells, oh man, you just lost a good race, that still sucks. It's like the last time I was driving stock eliminator, when I shifted from first to third. And when I got back to the pits, my car owner said, hey, if it makes you feel any better, we've all done that. And I said, no, it doesn't make me feel any better. If you shifted from first to third, you're an idiot. And the reason I know that is because I just shifted from first to third, and I'm an idiot. Here comes Vic on the left side. That is a pro-charged big block. Brian Corey over on the right side. I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm hanging out with a world champ right now. Just me and the champ. Whoa! Did you see Corey's car? Man, that thing carried the front end past the 60-foot clock. That's cool. I got to get me one of those. 6:24 for Vic. That's going to put him up in the number 1 spot for now. Beckman, behind him by about a tenth and a half, 6:60 at 198 miles an hour. And 6.60 is going to put Corey down there right about the number 6 spot for now. That'll bring up Al Safari. I can't believe I don't know who that is in the right lane. 170R, I should know that. Oh, that's Austin Loban. I knew who that was. I knew it. The left-hand mount Pro Charger. Just curious, how come there's not a right-hand mount Pro Charger? That's going to be my next $1 million idea. It's going to be a dual Pro Charge car, one on the left and one on the right. Down to the stripe, 693 on the left side, 696 on the right side. Austin was a couple thou red, but we don't care. It's just qualifying. Now's the time to see where the spot is. Now's the time to make your adjustments. Now's the time to bring up Al Kenny. Al Kenny, by the way, the Kenny family is on the Maximum Division Championships list. They have 7. And I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's 7 for Al and none for everybody else. Oh, I'm kidding, Jason. I'm kidding. Doesn't Jason have 4 or 5? I think Jason actually has more division championships than his dad. So there. Now that's an interesting. That is a pro-charged. That's a pro-charged car with a flat carb part on it instead of having the scoop and all the extra plumbing. That's kind of different. No, Jason has more. As much as I bust Jason chops, credit where credit's due, he has, whoa! Zing, bam, boom, and the belt came off. I could turn that into a rap song. 627, 218 miles an hour for Kenny. And you saw the car in the right lane. It spun the tire. It jumped off the ground. When it landed, it pitched the big old rubber band off of it. And then he coasted down the racetrack 16.77 seconds. Brings up Deb DeGenova here on the left side. Nick Maloney on the right side, part of that TT Motorsports. With that rare Morrison big block providing the mow over in the right side. They're in, they're set, they're down and away. Nick gets the better of the reaction timer and the Deb shuts off. Deb, what'd you shut off? Come on, nothing to be afraid of. Keep your foot down. 681, 195 miles an hour for Nicholas. Deb goes 835. Off the throttle. And that'll bring up Michael Kane. I don't mean to I don't mean to kibitz, but here comes Michael Kane from Niagara Falls, New York, also known as Division 2. Sean Fournier over on the right side. Now, see, Sean's out of Georgia, and he's a Division 1 car. So we got a Division 1 car from Georgia, Division 2 car from New York. If you're confused, just be glad you're not Matt or Mike or whatever his name is. The loud car is going to get there first at 657, 208 miles an hour, 696 for the Georgia car at 192 miles an hour. Wait till later when we have our Eastern Division alcohol guy from Las Vegas. Where's he going? Val has a fuel leak? Well, whose idea was that? That was dumb. Can't you just wrap a rag around it and send them? They wouldn't Division 4. I'm sorry, was that out loud? I'm just kidding. They wouldn't really do that in Division 4. They would in Division 2. Here comes Rick Bell all by his lonesome. Nobody wants to play with Rick. Does not play well with others. We're going to give him the whole racetrack to himself. Rick, who was a runner-up finisher in the division last year. I still can't get used to the fact that this is only the second Division 1 race this year. Hey, competition eliminator. Attention in the pits. Competition eliminator. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, that was your first, second, third, and fourth call. We need you to lane 7 flat. 190 miles an hour for Rick Bell. I put him 16th right now. Here comes Ken LeBlanc. I like Ken's car. He just didn't do the back wheels. But if you note, the graphics over the body, over the scoop, over the valve covers, over the transmission, over the rear deck, just not the wheels. A little nitrous purge going on down there for Ken. Rebecca Miller over on the right side. Everybody in the Miller family races, and everybody in the Miller family is really, really good at it. Tom Fox, you are needed at the front gate. Both drivers leave early, but we're not going to yell at them for it. Okay, we're going to yell at Rebecca. Come on, Rebecca, what was that? Attention in the pits. Tom Fox, you are needed at the front gate, please. Tom Fox, please check in at the front gate. And if you don't do that quickly, then Wayne will yell at me some more. He probably will anyway. I'm just trying not to give him any excuses. Yes. Oh, absolutely. The Penguin 360 camera, that was the question. Are the Penguin 360? Yes, absolutely. The coolest thing about the Penguin 360 camera, and this is a visual, so for those of you that can't see, you're going to have to imagine. Frank Genovese on the left side, Kenny Moses on the right side. Let's just say the camera is set up in the middle of your room, and you want to see what's going on in your room. So you hold up your phone, and you go like this, and it rotates the camera around the room, or you go like this, and you can look at the ceiling, make sure you turn the fan off, and the only place you can't see is, whoa, 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 where are you going? Oh, stop, wait. Frank Genovese was like going over there and checking out the orange blocks. He was way closer to the center line than he should have been. 658 for Kenny Moses at 204 miles an hour, who was right where he should have been, right straight down the middle. See, now that's how you do graphics on your dragster. Look at Ronnie Klein's car. The wing struts, the radiator, the rear end, the transmission, the valve covers, the scoop, even the back tires are all part of the scheme. The problem is when you park the car, if you got the tires in the wrong place, then the graphics look weird. Like, you know, it needs to roll forward another 3 feet for the graphics to line up. But if he did that, he'd roll through the beams, and, well, that would just be stupid. Fast Fred Perkins goes 6:33. And that'll put him third. I do believe Fred was maybe a little nervous about some of the clouds and decided to ease back off of it. 725, 186 miles an hour for Ron Klein, by the way. Ron Klein, who gets the most complete graphics so far. Okay, Allie, what's this? I've gotten that a bunch of times. I mean, I just shut it off. I just wonder what it is. It's not you sending me subliminal messages? I think Allison is sending me subliminal messages. Uh-oh. There is something running out of that car. Nick Ladyga has got a puddle. They're shutting off the nitrous bottle, but I don't think it's nitrous that's leaking. I don't claim to be the smartest nitrous guy in the history of the world, but usually if your nitrous is leaking, it doesn't come out in a puddle. I would say, though, I would be willing to wager that I had nitrous on a race car before most people that are here. I had nitrous on a race car in 1980. Let me tell you, I got called cheater a lot. No, it was not in stock eliminator. Wow. Vince Mussolino. What was that? That might not be real technical, but that's what it did. 693 at 182 miles an hour after having a perfect reaction time. Show off. They are cleaning up the puddle of nitrous over there in the right lane. I also had, gospel true story, I put nitrous on my 1967 Mustang that had a small block and a 4-speed. And I was concerned that what if I miss a gear while the nitrous is on? Probably going to lose the motor. Now, I was like 17 years old, and I was really concerned about this because if I lost the motor, I was going to be out of business. I barely had enough money to fill the nitrous bottle. I darn sure didn't have enough money to fix the motor. So my brilliant idea was this. I mounted the nitrous button on the console. So I'd have to let go of it, shift, and then get back on the button. And if I missed a gear, well, then obviously the nitrous wouldn't be on. I'm telling you, it was brilliant. It was brilliant until the throttle linkage broke. Because when I let the clutch out on that thing, and it took off, and I was like, oh my God, this thing's fast. And then after sitting there for a minute going, this is the coolest thing ever, my brain finally caught up and went, you know, you probably should have shifted like an hour ago. So I let go of the button. I ripped second gear. Unbeknownst to me, the throttle linkage broke. I smashed the button back down, and it blew the carburetor off the manifold. That wasn't the worst. Got the carburetor. Got the bolts out of the manifold, bolted it all back together, started up, and it was idling at like 10,000 RPMs because the butterflies were bent in a perfect U shape from when it backfired. At the time, internal combustion engineering was based in Tucson, and Bill Wheatley just happened to be at the racetrack. So I went over to see him, and I said, I don't understand what happened. And if you know Bill Wheatley, he's kind of an interesting little guy, and he shrugged his shoulders, and he goes, sounded like you bent the butterflies, and he just kind of toddled off. And I went and looked, and he was right. Took carburetor off, smashed the butterfly straight on the tongue of somebody's trailer, because I didn't have a trailer. I drove the car out there. Got it to idle at about 2,800 RPMs and drove it home. That was the end of that carburetor, no matter what I did to it. It was never the same. Ah, those were the days. So I think we got our puddle cleaned up. Competition eliminator. Attention in the pits. Competition eliminator, final call. If you're not in the lanes, you should be. Hey, just a reminder for you stock and super stock racers, PCRichard.com has got the Perfect Pass Payout Program back this year. If you are a round winner in stock and super stock and you run exactly on your dial to the thou, dead with an egg, you get a $200 PC Richard & Son gift card if you've got a decal. If you don't have a decal, they'll still send you a hundo. Decals are available at the Tech Trailer. One recipient for each event. If no one claims the award, it'll roll over. The PCRichard.com Perfect Pass Payout Program. Try saying that 3 times fast. Back again this year. And we're checking. There was a puddle back here. They just want to make sure there's not some drips and drops out there. We'll be back at it in just a second. Maybe a little more than a second. Yeah, they tell us there is enough out there that they're going to do a little quick mop, maybe even a quick little lacquer thinner mop. Let's see. Somebody's buzzing my phone. Bob Bender says he's still running nitrous on the wagon. God, I hope not. As slow as that thing is, if you're running nitrous, you're really lost. Come on, I'm kidding. I love the wagon. You know, I was talking about stock and super stock. ATI Performance Products and the NHRA Northeast Division are proud to announce the deal benefiting stock and super stock, competing at all the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events. It's now in the 4th year of the stock and super stock, presented by ATI Performance Products. They present the winner and runner-up in both classes, bonus purse money. And it's not product or decal contingent. Stock and super stock eliminator presented by ATI Performance Products event finalists. Get an extra $500 for winning, $2.5 for runner-up on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events, courtesy of ATI. ATI was founded and basically grew up with bracket racers, and they've now been around for 55 years. So they want to show their appreciation. You can check them out online, atiracing.com. Speaking of .coms, if you're .comming this weekend and you're bored and you want to send me a question or a comment or a Father's Day joke that we missed when I was at Epping, I am announcer at NHRA.com. I do not monitor it in live time, so if you need an answer in the next 5 minutes, don't call me. But if you got a question, a comment, or you just want to tell me I'm an idiot, fire away, announcer at NHRA.com. By the way, if you just want to tell me I'm an idiot, I already know that, so... Let's see what else we got going on here. Oh, wait, I don't want to do that. That's what I want to do. What do you mean it's raining? Whose idea was that? We don't need any rain to clean up the track. We're good. Oh, did you guys hear about this? This really happened. In Bossier City, Louisiana, a guy went to Bass Pro Shops, I think it was, and went swimming in the fish tank. I'm not making this up. He took a plunge into the Bass Pro Shop Aquarium in Bossier City, got 2,000 likes on TikTok, and then got breaded and fried and served for lunch. He, by the way, no, it was not Freddie Perkins, by the way. He did get banned for life from Bass Pro Shops. And I'm thinking, so what? I mean, if he's in Bossier City, Louisiana, if the guy goes to Cleveland, goes to Bass Pro Shops, what are they going to have his picture on the wall? Okay, from the, in case that wasn't stupid enough for you. There is a goat owner in Florida that is seeking a DNA test for 5 goats. Bella, Gigi, Rosie, Zelda, and Margot. Get it, Margot? Because she believes that they might be registered with the American Dairy Goat Association. Is that a thing? And if so, they'd be worth more money. Apparently, she paid $900 for these 5 goats. And now she thinks that she got robbed, so she wants to have them DNA tested to see if they really are registered goats. No, it was in Florida. That's really funny. Dead iguana found in freezer of Florida pizza parlor. Why does this always happen in Florida? And what's the big deal if a dead iguana's in a freezer? Wouldn't it be worse if he was alive? I mean, I'm just saying. Hey, I don't make this junk up. It's on the interweb. Hard to believe this didn't work out well. All I'm going to do is tell you the headline. You can get the rest of it after this, okay? The headline says, quote, "Tourists learn the hard way why you should never, ever attempt to pet a lion." You don't even need the story after that, right? It's sprinkling again. The only time I like sprinkles is on donuts. Sprinkles on a racetrack suck. Sprinkles on a donut are good. You call them what? Jimmies? So it's jimmying on the racetrack right now? I'm curious. Maybe Mo knows the answer to this. Dave, I have an inquiry that you might be able to help me out with because I'm newer here than you. Danny was just telling me that, you know, they're jimmies, not sprinkles, so it's jimmying on the racetrack. And I'm curious how many Division I races you have to go to before you just completely tune him out. Because I noticed you've mastered that and I haven't yet.
Well, it took about 4 days after he got hired.
4 days. Okay, I'm behind the curve. Oh, man. Hey, for those of you watching on D1TV, I want to put a shout out all the way to the West Coast. If Lewis Bloom is watching on D1TV, I'm in your division. If it quits jimmying out there, we'll start racing again.
Sit right in that chair you're in, mister.
Okay, now wait. One more, because I love a love story. Do you guys like love stories? Hello there. Whoa.
Hello.
And you without a mask and me without a mask. Both were in trouble.
Well, yeah.
Hi there.
Wait a minute. I'll pull my top up. Oh, no,
I'm sorry.
I said I pull my
No, I heard you.
No. These will give it to me. And so what's ever left, I would like each all of you to have one
Okay.
to celebrate my birthday. And when you said something about sprinkles on donuts,
Yes. Sprinkles on cupcakes. They're good too.
sprinkle.
Are they still Jimmy's if they're on a cupcake, Dan?
If you're in South Philly,
If you're in South Philly? All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Thank you. That's very kind. It's your birthday and you brought me cupcakes. Oh. Okay, now I'm really curious. How many guys would do this? Okay, by show of hands, how many guys would do this? Here's the headline. Man fakes wife's disappearance so she will avoid prison. Whoa, look at all the hands go down. No, that's a love story, right? He didn't want to be without his wife, so he faked her disappearance so she'd avoid prison. He pretended that she plummeted from an overlook to avoid being sentenced on a charge of federal health care fraud.
So she got off and he's in jail?
I don't know. I could read the rest of the story. Yeah, he might be in jail and she's out. They should have both disappeared. No, that's a love story, don't you think? I don't want to live without my wife, so I'm going to pretend she disappeared. And then have my secretary move in? Well, because you got to sell it. You know, you really got to sell it. That was it for Top Dragster? Yeah. Really? Well, okay, that was it for Top Dragster. It's comp eliminator time. I love comp. That's a half a Hemi. And here's a whole Hemi. When's the last time we had a Hemi and a half on the track at the same time? No, you can think about that and get back to me. Michelle Costa is known as the Ladybug because she used to drive a Volkswagen-powered car. Get it? Ladybug? But she is now driving that little Kin-Care built, altered, with a half a Hemi. It's like a P5 small block Pro Stock head, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Steve Camell over on the other side, that is a 1968 Hemi Barracuda. Could run in super stock, but he didn't want to brake race, so he's going to put it in comp. So we got a half a Hemi on one side, we got a whole Hemi on the other side. That's a whole Hemi and a half. Or it's three halves of a whole Hemi. Or a whole Hemi and a spare half. How many of you had half a Hemi to beat a whole Hemi? 839, 154 miles an hour for the Ladybug. As Camella rolls to a stop, 203 feet 6 inches off the starting line. I mean, he cut that thing loose and it went puh. And then it parked.
That's what happens to me when I try to run. I go,
I didn't quite understand that.
Now, I'm sure that Steve right now is really upset and really annoyed and really mad at his car. If you want to get rid of it so it doesn't bother you anymore, I'll give you $100 for it, right where it sits. 150. What? No. What are we doing here? That is a big I'm just looking at that car trying to figure out if I could afford to build one. I think I could afford the parachute. And then all I need is everything in front of the parachute. You just what? Oh. Well, Michelle is our #1 qualifier in comp eliminator. But we got a couple more to go. Hey, just to give everybody a heads up, right behind comp is going to be our alcohol qualifying session. So alcohol funny car, alcohol dragster. I do believe most of you are rolling, but just in case you're waiting for a personalized invitation, this is it. Come on down. You got to be kidding me. Alcohol dragster and funny car. Come on down. Well, let's see. I got peaches today. I got cupcakes today. By the way, if anybody finds a suitcase full of hundreds, that's mine. Just go ahead and bring it up here. Then maybe I could afford to buy Camela's car. I love that blacked out look. What's that? Hey, Ed McCleft. No attention in the pits. Ed McCleft. I have a customer for you in the tower. If you would like to sell a penguin, bring it to the tower, please. No, this is awesome because I get a commission on every one I sell. So, well, now that was interesting. Did you just watch Ken Voigt do that burnout? And did you just watch his crew guy stand out there and go, what are you doing? Isn't that what he did? I thought he was doing a burnout. Looked like good burnout to me. I mean, got the tires dry, got the tires smoky, didn't hit anything. What more do you want from a burnout? Mark Hopkins over on the right side, Team Manly. We got a C Super Modified and a D Altered. You can see the indexes down on the scoreboard. We're going to play how low can you go. A lot of water in the air, so that's going to make it rather difficult. Both of them ripping their small block through the gears out there. They get them into high, 780, 173 miles an hour for Hopkins, 881 and 153 miles an hour for Voigt. So Ken Voigt rockets his way to the number one spot, 51 under the index. Hopkins is also 51 under the index. That'll bring up Jay Schoenberger in the I Altered. And Tom Miller. Those of you with a really sharp ear might have noticed that Jay Schoenberger's car does not sound like your standard V8 because it's not. It's a V6. That is a former Warren Johnson Pro Stock Oldsmobile, believe it or not. Only now it's got a six-cylinder in it. The PRP, that's Philadelphia Racing Products, where if you have sprinkles on your donuts or cupcakes, they're known as Jimmy's. You can look down at the scoreboards and see by the indexes the car in the right lane should be first to the finish line, but right now they're not racing against each other. They're just racing against the clock. How low can you go? Except for all the water in the air, it's an absolutely beautiful day. 130 water grains right now. And that is certainly going to impact the performance of these naturally aspirated gas burners. Told you the right lane was supposed to be faster, and it is, 746 at 181 miles an hour. But indexically speaking, Jay Schoenberger gets the number 1 spot. He is 56 under the index. And Tom Miller is only 47 under his index. So Schoenberger will take that little V6 to the top. And let's see who's next. I recognize the sound of that. Rump, 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 rump. That's Santo Volpe. I'd know Santo anywhere. I feel like I witnessed history. I was there when Santo Volpe drove a pro stock car for the first time. And he didn't hit anything. That may not sound like a huge accomplishment to you, but I was also there when Duke O'Don drove a pro stock car one time, and well, I guess technically he didn't hit anything, but I never saw anybody more proud of going 200 feet into the sand after crossing the finish line at 140 miles an hour in my life. No, I'm not making it. You should have seen him. When we get down there, I went, what the heck are you doing? He goes, look how straight it is. Don Eckel. That's a neat car. Small block, twin 4-barrels, 3-speed automatic. Checking in about 336 cubic inches and making about 900 plus horsepower. Santo Volpe over on the right side, that is a blown, alcohol burning, short wheelbase, bad attitude altered. The Levine garage car, if that thing goes 100 feet, it could go to the number 1 spot. Because the water grains are not going to bother it quite as much as it does most of the naturally aspirated machines. But those short wheelbase, overpowered alters, the thing's like a cartoon. But man, is it fast. Remember when I said, man, is it fast? Never mind. 709, 189 miles an hour for Don Eckel. That's a pretty nice run for him. But Santo, that thing almost sounded like he left in second gear, didn't it? I mean, you heard it when he dropped the clutch. It went, and just drove on down the racetrack. That thing normally is on the edge of control for the first 100 feet, and it was lazy. And when I say lazy, I mean like worse than my 14-year-old nephew. He's lazy. Here comes the champ. Frank Aragona with the big old number 1 on the side there. You know, interesting with the way this racetrack is laid out and all the fans being here on the left side of the pit side, you look at Frank Aragona's car, and if you didn't know, what would you guess it had for an engine? It's like there must be something hidden under all that junk somewhere, right? Run an air conditioner? That is a billet Dart Schlacko 6-cylinder. It's pretty cool, too. Pete Diagnolo over on the right side, 104 contracts. He even have a price on his head this weekend. They're coming for you. Because he won up in Epping a couple of weeks ago, and that's the way the bounty program works around here. Last week's winner gets a price on his head. Red lights don't count in qualifying, but how low can you go? 743, 178 miles an hour, and Frank Aragona goes to the top. 709 under the index. Wow, he's got nitrous on that, I think. 8 I'm kidding. Somebody somewhere is going to do the nitrous, he's running nitrous. 877 for Diagnolo. Going to slide him in the number 8 spot right now, but wow, Aragona, 709 under the index with 130 grains of water in the air. That's getting it. I mean, that's like saying, oh, well, you know, he ran a 9,900 meter dash. You go, that's pretty good. He's carrying his brother. You go, holy crap. 130 grains of water, and it went 709 under the index. That was Frank Afrani that did the burnout first, and that's Richard Schoenberger that did burnout second. And once again, we're doing the Sharp Ear contest. The six-cylinder car. The Schoenbergers love their six-cylinders. I actually think, I don't know this for sure, but I'm going to find out. I think that they bought a V12 and just sawed it in half so they could have two race cars instead of one. But they sawed it sideways, so it's two V6s. If they'd have sawed it straight, it would have been two straight sixes. Or that takes us back to Michelle Costa's half a Hemi. They sawed that one straight. Martino Power for Frank Afrani and the 104 Contractors, and PRP building the power for Team Schoenberger. Right straight to the stripe. That Fink Equipment Company scoreboard says 786. And Rich Schoenberger goes 899. That is 58 under the index, and that makes him the quickest qualifier not named Aragona in the field. Jumps all the way up to the number 2 spot, but he is still a 10th plus back of the champ. That'll bring up Chris Piston, driving for Jim Ford, with a Dragster that's powered by a Chevy. 4-cylinder. And Joe Carnichial for the folks at East Coast Surfaces. Carnichial with the I Super Modified over there on the right side of the racetrack. That East Tex race car built Super Mod. And for the Jim Ford Dyno Service, the 4-cylinder Chevy powered F Dragster automatic. Hey, once again, Ed McCleft, I'm not kidding. There's a guy up here that wants to buy one of those Penguins. If you have one that you want to sell, bring it to the tower, please. Bumping in. Turning on the computer. Still can't believe Aragona went 70 under. Wow. So the little 4-cylinder goes silent out there about 400 feet. Did you notice that the total sound from the racetrack went from 10 cylinders to 6 cylinders out there at about 400 feet? 898 at 151 miles an hour for Carnichial, and now he goes to the number 2 spot. So he's now the second quickest person behind Aragona. Chris Piston shut off early. He was 3 seconds over the index at 12:36, and he'll just have to come back and try again later. And here comes Al Ackerman, the former champ, part of the 3-ring circus, the 4-cylinder 3-ring circus, and this is going to be the final car in competition eliminator. I'm guessing because that does not look like a comp car pulling around next. He shut that thing off a little early, 841, 125 miles an hour. You could hear him take his foot off the gas before the scoreboard lit up. The car looked pretty good early. So Frank Aragona with 1 down and more to go. 709 under. Yahtzee. Joe Carnichial, 59 under. Rich Schoenberger, 58 under. Jay Schoenberger, 56 under. Kenny Voigt, 51 under. Hopkins, 51 under. Don Eckel, a half a second under. 15 cars came up and made an attempt. And up first, as we go into our alcohol funny car qualifying, the team of Golick and Scrow. Conditions out there, again, a lot of water in the air, which is not ideal, but at least it's not very warm, which isn't bad. Density altitude, 3,100 feet. Track temperature is going to be very manageable simply because the clouds have been keeping the big old fireball in the sky off the concrete for the day. And we're going to fire off with a solo here. Brian Golick, the driver. He and Lou Scrove teamed up with this car. Camaro body, 526 cubic inches, big old screw supercharger, and 100% methanol in the tank. At least it better be. Wow. We have a winner. Man. Yeah. Bill Krug, you just got bumped for biggest burnout of the year. Holy smokes. They might have to, yeah, I saw him clapping. They might have to top off the fuel tank after that. I think the only guy I've ever seen do that is Bobby Lagana. Or was it Dom Lagana, wasn't it? Wasn't Dom driving then? Did that mega burnout, backed up, fueled it up before. Yeah, we kind of frown on that from a rule standpoint, but I won't tell anybody if you don't. If it wasn't for everybody watching on D1TV, we might let them get away with fueling up and do another burnout. Okay, if there was an award for longest, smokiest, most fun burnout, Brian right now would have it. I'd like to do a burnout like that one time. I just think it'd be fun. And then I'll just get out and walk away. Leave it out there, park the car at the 8th mile, and go, hey, you guys can have it from here. That's all I wanted to do. Yeah, no, I don't want to back it up. I might hit something. They're going to rev this baby up about 6,500, drop the clutch, shift it twice, and run 5.63 seconds down the quarter mile. That's what they're going to do. Just watch. Just watch. Never mind. Let's watch something else. Well, it did an awesome burnout. 10:07, 103 miles an hour. Just look at when he tried to rev it up, it just kind of drug him through, so he drove it down. The burnout was way more fun than the run. Huh. I am attempting to prove Dave Moan wrong, which normally doesn't take a lot of effort, but let's see here. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, come on down. We need you to lanes, please. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, presented by Select Performance. This would be a great time for you to make an appearance in the staging lane behind the alcohol dragsters. Okay, that's John Headley. And here comes Dan Pomponio. John Headley and the Thunder team. Now, they brought this car up to Epping, and, well, let's just say that it wasn't exactly their career best weekend. They had a little bit of a struggle with the car. Literally only made even one attempt in qualifying, but we had a couple of weeks to hopefully get it straightened out and squared away. And over on the right side, Dan Pomponio, former division champ, perennial top 10 player in the country. If you want to be the number one qualifier, all you got to do is get 100 feet under power. But I expect them to set the bar a little bit higher after this pair. John Headley on the left side. Dan Pomponio on the right. That car over on the right side of the racetrack should give us a pretty good barometer of what to expect from the rest of the Alcohol Funny Car field. .565, 258 miles an hour. Excuse me for a moment while I gesture to Moan. Headley goes 16.23, and you can see when he hit the gas, it had raw fuel coming out of a couple of the pipes, and he just basically kind of labored it down there 150 feet or so, but that'll put him on the qualified sheet for now at 16 seconds and change. But not a whole lot wrong with Pomponio's run coming right out of the box. That's a good, clean start, and for now, that'll put him in the number one spot. I just realized that Sean Bellemere isn't here. Huh? Oh. Sean Bellemere, who, of course, is the reigning champ and who won the Epping event and who drives for Tony Bartone, and he is not here. I would be willing to wager that he is watching, listening, paying attention on D1TV. And, Sean, I just want to tell you that I think you're a sissy. Hey, even if Bartone didn't want to come, so what? It's not like he's driving the truck. You've won races without Tony? I mean, really. Assuming you still got his credit card, what more do you need? Top Sportsman. Oh, attention in the pits. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, come on down. We're going to need you really soon. Tommy Tape, Top Sportsman, presented by Select. To the lanes. So Fred Tigas and Matt Gill, these were two of Sean's victims 2 weeks ago when we were up in. Well, you're just sneaking me stuff now? Matt Gill probably, no, not probably, let's be honest. Matt Gill had the best car in Epping. Absolutely had the best car. If you were going to run a 5-run average through, that thing went down the racetrack every time. He got outrun in the final, but it really was more because the Killer Bees had finally made a clean run. Fred Tickerson team been doing this a long, long, long time for that Massachusetts-based Monte Carlo. Wow, Fred looked like at one point he had all 4 wheels off the ground. Matt at one point was rattling them pretty good, and he just kind of eased off the throttle. We end up with a 646 at 163 miles an hour for Fred, a 790 at 147 miles an hour for Matt. And Dan Pomponio looks like a world beater right now. I believe he's going to be the only one that's even mildly smiling down at the far end of the racetrack. And we're going to fire off alcohol dragsters with a right lane single. And that's why we need our Tommy Tape top sportsman into the staging lanes, please, because you are going to follow alcohol dragster. The alcohol cars, which are slated for 3 qualifiers today and eliminations tomorrow. I can't be the only one that thought that thing was going to die, was I? You rolled it through the water box and it went quiet. And I'm like, So Mike Hepp, the recovered alky. I mean, I don't mean to nitpick, but you don't appear to be too recovered. I'm just saying. Mike literally finished up his licensing yesterday, making the step up from the Super Comp ranks. So this should be a move of somewhere in the 100-mile-an-hour range. This car is going to go more mile an hour at the 8th mile than a Super Comp car ever did at the quarter mile. Because these things really hustle on the early part of the racetrack. Wheelie bar check there, and a signal, and a signal, and a signal. And for Mike, his first ever official competition run, Q1, here at Lebanon Valley. That thing made a move toward the wall and pedaled his way out of it, got it back into the center of the groove, and then got back after it. 616, 222.32. And we can officially welcome Mike to the Brotherhood of Alcohol Dragster Drivers. I should call it the Family Hood because we've got a whole lot of ladies in the category that are pretty darn good at it as well. But definitely looked like he made the right move out there. A little bit lazy off the start line, made a move over towards the wall, and he just took his foot off the throttle, steered it back into the center lane, got back after it. As we're getting the next pair lined up. After our Tommy Tape top sportsman, we'll go back through the rotation one more time. Stock, Super Street, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. See the alcohol cars back out here for Q2. But it's an absolutely beautiful day. Just want to remind everybody out there that social distancing is still a thing. Just keep a little space between your group and the next group. We're very grateful that we're allowed to have fans here at Lebanon Valley here this weekend, and just want to keep playing by the rules. Also, quick reminder out in the pits, race control is closed. If you have a question or comment for a race official, I can pretty much assure you that everybody out there has either got Danny's number or Dave's number. Just give us a call and we'll get you taken care of, whatever is needed. And let's see if we can blast a pair of them at you this time. We're going to have one blown alcohol car. We're going to have one injected nitro car. Not too much telling which one's which, huh? Okay, that looked a little strange. Yeah. Tom Fox is going to pull over the wall and shut that off. You saw it. At the end of the burnout, something broke. You saw it start puffing smoke out of that one header pipe, and Tom realized it, shut the thing off, and just pulled it over as close as he could to the concrete to get out of the way. So Rich McPhillips is going to take a solo here. And then we'll go down and get Tom. We certainly appreciate what Tom did. Realized there was a problem and was quick enough thinking that he didn't want to upset McPhillips' run, because these cars, for those of you who may not know, you got an injected nitro car. It's not like you just turn the key off and then start it back up in a couple of minutes. So Rich Jr. now driving the family racer. That's Rich Sr. out in front of the car, and Junior in the cockpit. Injected nitro car on a solo. Let's watch and listen. Low RPM, torque, and grunt. There's the foot off the clutch. They're staged up. And that thing drove into smoke about 187 feet out. You saw the haze start coming off the tire. And Junior felt it start spinning the tire out there, took his foot off the throttle and eases her on down. 885 elapsed time, 73 miles an hour. Looked good at the initial hit, just looked like a little bit too much out there in the middle. Be a moment while we get the track cleared off, and then we'll get right back at it with Jackie Frick, our Epping champ, and former world champ, Dwayne Shields.
MicroStrategies and its drag racing team, Von Giovanni Racing, knows what it takes to succeed, both on the track and in business.
MicroStrategies has been transforming business through innovation for nearly 35 years. Our core focus is to help our customers manage, mine, and monetize their data and informational assets, utilizing technology to drive business, the same way we utilize technology to win races. We take a high volume and variety of data from multiple sources to help us succeed in our racing program. Whether we're finishing first in a big race or helping our clients grow their business, it's all about the teamwork and the analytics of winning.
With a dedication and passion to cross the finish line first, the MicroStrategy staff on the Bon Giovanni Racing team are constantly pushing forward, analyzing data to increase performance, and striving to be the best.
It's time for a new mattress. And who are your mattress go-to guys? PC Richard & Son, that's who. Our mattress experts will help you find the mattress of your dreams. All the best brands at the guaranteed lowest prices. When you want it, need it, just gotta have it, we'll get it there the next day. So sleep better with the right mattress from the right mattress company. Oh yeah, it's time for a new mattress. Get to PC Richard & Son, the company you can trust since 1909.
MicroStrategies has been transforming business through innovation for nearly 35 years. Our core focus is to help our customers manage, mine, and monetize their data and informational assets. Whether it is in enterprise content management, big data and analytics, IoT, cloud, or security solution, we have the skill and the experience to help our customers disrupt their markets and lead in their industries.
That is a driver in from Las Vegas, but he claims this part of the country, the eastern region, for his points. And Jackie Frick driving for John Fink, who's probably still got the Epping Trophy in the trailer. Both of these drivers were top 10 in the championship chase last year, and I'm talking in the nation. Both of them know what it's like to wear the crown of divisional or regional champion. A couple of big old battle injected nitro cars. Now, nobody yet in the alcohol dragster category has made a full pull down the racetrack. Let's see if we can fix that here. I'm thinking we can. So our final pair, come on, somebody's got to go over 250 miles an hour, don't they? Well, don't they? That's more better. I know that's bad grammar, but it's more better. How about a 538, 271 miles an hour for Jackie, a 543 at 270 miles an hour for Dwayne. That's what it's supposed to look like as Jackie Freak, John Fink, they take that thing right straight to the top. Dwayne Shields drops in right behind him. Nice job. That was definitely worth waiting for. And, hey, a tip of the cap to Wayne and to all of the Lebanon Valley team, Division I team, after they're doing that cleanup. Jackie went down that lane and went right straight to number one. We've got Tommy Tape Top Sportsman rolling in now, presented by Select Performance. And Bill's going to slide back in here and tell you about some really quick and fast door cars.
Thank you, Alan. Well, you saw Top Dragster. The same concept. We take the quickest door cars we can find, we qualify them, and then we bracket race them, which is just insane because some of these cars are as quick and fast as nitro funny cars used to be back in the early 70s, the glory days. While we're waiting, we were talking about how great the food is here. We do have a special today, fresh wings. So once again, we have great fresh wings, never frozen, down at the concession stand. Available in multiples of half dozens. Let's see, we got that. Oh, and since it's a little warm out, the truck, Station 1 Rescue, Italian ice and ice cream is open down there. So get some delicious Italian ice, which is even low calorie and stuff. And last but not least, our novelty booth is open. We do have event t-shirts for only $17. So head on over there. Get yourself a wonderful souvenir of today. So many awesome categories in drag racing, but I must say Top Sportsman and Top Dragster are my favorites. And you're going to see some wild cars right now, all 7 and 6 second door slammers. First pair coming up in the far lane, one of our regulars here in Super Eliminator, Rich Garuder from Windsor Locks, Connecticut. Touch of Evil 95 Camaro. Big motor. And the Fink Equipment lane. A New England Dragway car. Richard LaChapelle. His daughter was driving the car for a while. Richard is back in it. They redid this car from top to bottom, and it's got nitrous oxide. That's what the smoke was. Purging the nitrous system so you get pure liquid nitrous oxide going into that motor, mixed with some extra gasoline. Let's see how our opening pair does. LaChapelle a little better in the 60-foot, pulling away 760, 473 miles an hour. Rich Garuda, a great run for him, 789, 172. Great way to start us off. Next up, another one of the TT Motorsports cars. Dan Christopher from Raymond, New Hampshire driving it. Over in the Firematic lane, Gary Bonnert from New Britain, Connecticut. A very unique car. That is a 1970 Chevy Camaro, somewhat modified. Okay, a lot modified. Two great 60-foot times. Dan Christopher gets there for 720. Over 190 miles an hour, 191. Gary Bonnert, 738 at 187. Dan Christopher at the top of the heap. That is not going to last. '57 Chevy, that's Arnie Agar from Canaan, Connecticut. He and his son both race in this class. Really cool 57 body style. Actually, that kind of dates from the 80s when they first started Top Sportsman and Pro Mod, but boy, they're just so cool looking. Kind of like a doorstop with a roof. In the far lane, John Amorati, Vales Gate, New York, 63 Corvette with a big old 460-inch Chevy blower motor. Arnie using nitrous oxide as power adder of choice. Amorati's crew adjusting the wheelie bars. Gives up after a while. Good side-by-side run. Corvette out in front, gets there. Look at that. Side-by-side, 6 door cars. 669 for John Amorati, 209 miles an hour. Arnie Agar, 691 at 195. Wow. Amorati, of course, moves to the top of the heat. Arnie Agar, number 2. Cliff Agar doing the burnout in his Cavalier. It's kind of a long story, but I have a pair of athletic shoes that are the same color as the Agars cars. I don't use them anymore. I should sell them to them or something. In the far lane, Doug Busa, Glastonbury, Connecticut. Busa Orchards, and this is car is called the Bad Apple. And that's what Doug does for a living. pointed out, Boosa's crew member, it's so sticky out there, basically had his shoe stick to the track. That's good. So let's see how bad the bad apple is. Launch great, out in front, 699 for the bad apple. Almost 197 miles an hour. Cliff Agar, no slouch, 729 at 190. Two great local cars doing their burnouts. In the Fink equipment lane, Dan Hill. Unlike most of these cars, this car is basically a stock body Camaro. A lot of additions to it, but you will see that's not an aftermarket carbon fiber car. That's a real live 1969 Camaro. In the far lane, Don Lucier. Kind of used to be a real live 55 Chevrolet. Through the years and a couple of excursions out of the groove, most of the body panels are replacement. Lucier's car bears watching. Wow. Dan Hill making quite a run. He goes all the way to the top, 663, 206 miles an hour. Lucier slows to a 1265. That car is capable of running in the sixes. Here's low qualifier and alcohol dragster tied for number one in the points. Jackie Frick. Next pair in the far lane, the man Larry Willard, the senior member of the Willard Racing clan, has the nitrous bottle on that 57 Chevy. That was also built back in the 1990s as a pro mod and has stayed in the Northeast all that time. I think Dennis Fitz used to drive that car, Mike's brother, and here it is. Don't have a driver's name yet on the Corvette. I know I've seen it before. Beautiful. 63. Oh, that's Brandon Miller. I should have known that. Young guy, just got his license a short time ago, already runnered up a couple of weeks ago in Epping. Both running the sevens. Larry, 741 at 180, 758 at 181 for Brandon. Next up, another member of the Corvette crew, Alex Thompson, Milford, New Jersey. 63 Corvette with a 737-inch Donovan motor. These cars use big engines. They are not limited on the size of the engines. And they make engines for these cars sometimes over 1,000 cubic inches. In the Fink equipment lane, Nick Maloney, another TT Motorsports car. 69 Camaro with a 665 motor built by his, I think it's built by his dad. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need stock eliminator to the lane for Q2. Stock to the lanes, please. Thompson's car gets a little squirrely off the starting line, but it is, I think it's out front. Yes, it is. 716. Clicked it a little early to 171. Maloney, 721 at 190. Once again, stock eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock to the lanes. Another pair of early Camaros. These bodies are so popular in this class. In the far lane, Ron Regal, Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. And he built that car all by himself. He built the motor all by himself. He is an incredibly talented guy. Has won a lot of races. And he won Epping 2 weeks ago. See, I told you he won a lot of races. In the Fink Equipment lane, Hong Lee from Epping, New Hampshire. That's the hometown of New England Dragway. Another one of the TT Motorsports cars. .106 60-foot time for Ron Regal. He got, wow, 7:04. 196 and a half miles an hour. 769 for Hong Lee at 179. Regal moves all the way up into the number 5 position. In the pickup truck, Al Stafari, Tewksbury, Mass. I kiddingly call him Mr. Perfect. Back when he and I were both racing in the early 90s, he was the first person I knew that made a perfect run back when he had a Malibu door car. Perfect run is a 000 reaction time. Run your dial in with a 0. He did that, and for all these almost 30 years, I've called him Mr. Perfect, and I'm not about to stop. Brian Connery in the far lane in the Corvette from Levittown, Pennsylvania. Connery, 705 cubic inches of Chevrolet motor in that Corvette. Look at that big motor train length, the truck. 710, 193 for Connery, 760, 182 for Mr. Perfect. In the far lane, another one of our regulars, Frank Volpe. This was a new car last year, new Mustang. Absolutely gorgeous. If you get to see this car in the pits, you're in for a treat. It is pretty much perfect inside and out. In the Fink Equipment lane, a very cool body style, a Plymouth Duster. Kind of squashed a little bit, stretched, but still recognizable. Craig's from Surrey, New Hampshire. Backed by TSR Racing Products. Well, so much for the Chevrolets. We have a Ford and we have a Mopar. I think the Ford's going to win this one. Just maybe. 7:02 for Frank Volpe, 194 miles an hour. Craig Monroe, 7:37 at 181. Volpe moves up into the number 5 slot. The fastest car in the 7s so far. We have matching body styles in this pair. The Chevy Beretta bodies from the early 90s in the far lane. Richie Carbone from Putnam Valley, New York with the 632. In the Fink Equipment lane, Don Priest from Meriden, Connecticut. That's where my business is. A 615-inch Chevy in his clean white Beretta. Almost identical reaction times. Priest definitely out in front. Gets there for 7:13 at 191 to a 7:20 at 194. Two great racers here in the far lane. Fast Freddie Perkins from Higganum, Connecticut. 791 cubic inches of big block Chevy. And that 57 Bel Air, same body style as Arnie Agar. And Dave Miller, national event winner. Sometimes pro stock racer. Body shop owner extraordinaire. I got to give him a plug because it's a long story, but he fixed my Corvette last year, did the most amazing job you could imagine. So Miller Motorsports, Canterbury, Connecticut, you need body work, that is the place to go. This is an S10 pickup, which of course he did the paint on. Only 781 cubic inches of Chevy. Both of these cars should run in the 6s. Great side-by-side run. Miller gets there for 691 to a 694, 197 to 196. What a great race. Miller qualified number 3. Fast Freddy number 5. And last pair in Top Sportsman right here doing the burnouts. In the Fink Equipment Lane, Brian Bell from East Hampstead, Mass. And another one of the TT Motorsport. How many cars does that guy have? It's got to be like 10. In the far lane, Bill Janke. I think this is a new car for him. That is a new style Camaro. That is gorgeous. Janke, 708 cubic inches. Brian Bell, just a little tiny 632. Janke is like, hey, I got bigger engine. Look. I got nitrous oxide too, because he's cool. Oh, baby. Janke drives to the center line, gets it back in the groove, and ends up low qualifier 655, 215 miles an hour. I think if he went straight, that would have been in the 647.53 for Brian Bell. And that does it for round 1, only round 1. 2 more rounds of qualifying to go for these guys. With, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 7 cars in the 6-second zone. Wow. That was spectacular. Stock Eliminator coming up next. I was asked earlier to explain Stock Eliminator, and it's like, it's trying to like explain God or the cosmic banana, and it's not easy. Because, yeah, they're kind of stock. Like they have to have stock bodies, they have to have stock body panels, they have to have stock, mostly stock interiors. But the rest of it, let's put it this way. What modifications they are allowed, they take to the extreme. And if you like American muscle cars, you got to love Stock Eliminator, because everything from, say, a 55 Chevy up to a 2020 Copo Camaro can be found in this class. Some of the cars are slow. They run in the 16-second zone, and some of them can actually run in the 7s. So if you like American muscle cars, just watch Stock Eliminator. Even if you don't like what's running now, It's like the weather in New England. Wait 5 minutes, and we'll find you something you like. Forget concessions are open. We have the chicken wing special, Station 1 rehab. Italian ice and ice cream is open. And let's face it, you want ice cream. Even our mascot up here in the tower, Mia the pug, she would love some ice cream. If she knew what I was talking about, she would really be paying attention. First pair. Joe Kakinos, I think that's how you pronounce it. Joe Greek, he's always the first guy in line. This is a 6-cylinder Chevy S10 truck with a manual transmission. Watch this thing go down the track. It ain't terribly fast, but it is fun. In the far lane, Angelo DeTaco, Mayapack, New York. 97 Pontiac Formula with a 350 in it. B-stock automatic should run well into the 10s. I lied about Joe. He put an automatic in it. I'm like, why isn't it dancing? Because it's got an automatic. 10:54 for Angelo. He slows down quite a bit. Joe goes 7:08 under with a 12:44. Next pair, Victor Ricky in one of the Copo Camaros with the 427 naturally aspirated motor. Tom Laughlin, 68 Chevelle with a 396, very traditional muscle car. 956, 138 for the Camaro, 73 under. Tom 4/10 under with an 11:45. Next up, two small block cars. Robert Vogel in the orange Malibu. Tim Barrett in the yellow Camaro. Vogel's car has a 305. Tim Barrett's car, 350. $11.57 for Tim, 426 under. 644 under for Vogel with a 12 flat, 107. Okay, here we go. Olds and Mopar. Benonia Brothers, I'm guessing that's a 383 in there. Oh, 440 in the dark. Run B-stock automatic. John Wareheim in the Lotz Cutlass. Benonia only 149 under. Wareheim 685 under to 1216 at 107. You gotta love this. How about a 69 Super B Coronet 446 pack running in C-stock automation, automatic automation. Greg Gay, Jerry Hatch in the far lane in the Duster. Pair of Mopars. C-stock and D-stock automatics. Big Mopar goes 1113 on about 268 under. Hatch makes quite a run, 802 under with a 1074 at 121. Boy, here's an odd pair for you. Robert Constantine in South Amboy, New Jersey, 85 Mustang with a little 302 in it running L-stock. That's a manual transmission. In the far lane, Phil Langford, Gold Rush Trailers, Copo Camaro with a 427. Langford says, hey, we'll see you next month. $948 at $142 for the Chevy, and the Ford is still thinking about it. Obviously had some problems, makes a 17-second run. Langford currently in the number 12 spot at 86 under. Next pair, Adam Strong. That is a Pontiac Firebird, 68 Firebird over in the Firematic lane. This is a drop-dead gorgeous car. Tim Stickles in the Fink lane, the Malibu Blues. He's been racing this car for decades. The Pontiac is a 400 cubic inch, 4-speed car. Goes 1072 at 123. Remember, that's on 9-inch tires. 625 under. Stickle goes 1259 at 104. Another one of my favorite cars, Nick Ryder, right here in the big yellow Charger. I will admit, when I was growing up, my first car was actually a yellow Dodge Challenger, but that is the car that I wanted. I wanted a yellow 70 or 71 Charger with a 440 in it. I doubt Nick would sell that to me for any amount of money. 446 pack car. Pat Millay in the Camaro Stalker, 396. Mopar gets there first, 1094 to an 1105. Millay further under the index, 645 under. In the far lane, Anthony Fetch, AA stock automatic. These cars replicate the first generation of Copo Camaros. 427, fairly lightweight. Mark Callahan from Maine in the flamed 69 Camaro, 390. Whoa! I like big wheel stands. $10.25 for Anthony Fetch. Mark Callahan, $10.97. Do cars do 4-foot wheel stands? Because they can. Next up, Greg Barsamian in the red Camaro. Jack Matthias in the red and yellow Camaro. Matthias used to run a mid-70s GTO, which was in essence a Nova with a Pontiac 455 in it. That was back in the early 70s. He goes 945. Goes into the number 15 slot. Barry Parker in the, I don't know what to call that. Maybe camouflage, maybe a cow, I'm not sure. Tim Partash in the far lane, 96 Camaro. Parker's cars usually run pretty hard. He's got an 11 flat index. Let's see what it goes. 1020, 8/10 under. Partash goes 1095, 597 under the index. Parker parked in the number 18 slot. William Baker, very clean two-tone 69 Camaro. And Ryan Horensky in the far lane, B-stock automatic. I keep doing that. 68 Shelby with a 428. That car is gorgeous. I don't think it's a real Shelby. I think it's a replica. Doesn't matter. That thing is cool. That car's cool enough to make a Chevy guy like me like Fords. $10.45 for Horensky, 79 under. Baker goes 11.13 at 113, 41 under the index. Next pair, Barry's brother Gary in the 70s Camaro. George LaBelle in the Gen 1 Camaro convertible. I just realized Gary and Barry, their parents did that on purpose, you know. Gary just a shade under the index. Got out of it way early. So did George. No record set on that run. Next up, Bob Conway in the Malibu. K-Stock automatic with the 305. And far lane, Cade Campolito. 96 Caprice, one of two of them here, running in J-Stock automatic with the 350 Chevy. It even kind of looks like a race car. It actually pulls the front wheels. I'm sure the designers of that car did not imagine this use for it. 1180 at 115, 647 under. Conway 569 under with a 1208. Blue Camaro, Bob Moran, Falmouth, Mass. B-Stock automatic. That means it's got a 396 in the far lane. Billy Harper, one of the regulars, with his 69 Nova with the 350. Love the front wheels on Harper's car. That is cool. So's the wheel stand. Moran makes a very good run, 10.45, 793 under. Harper not bad, 74 under with an 11.10. Bob Broadbent, one of the legends of Northeast stock eliminator racing. A-Stock stick car. Mike Ganchi in the far lane. Broadbent, 10.23, 71 under. Ganchi a little closer to the index, 121 under with a 12.17. Oh, two hitter cars right here in the far lane. Scott Gove, double A stock automatic, and the near lane, Woody Pagano. B stock automatic, 402 Nova, big wheel stand for Gove. Gove 10.07, 626 under. Woody 712 under with a 1053. In far lane, Katie Sapanic from Music, Pennsylvania, up near Scranton. This young lady has finished in the top 10 nationally, won national events. She is an excellent driver. Charles Weber, Kreuzberg, New York, 1980 Corvette with the 350 in it. Oh, baby. Weber yanking them. As a Corvette owner, I really appreciate that. 11 flat for Weber, 844 under. Katie's 54 under with an 1175. Weber doesn't match his first run, still goes 84 under. He was 97 under earlier. Jim Farrell in the white Camaro. Joe DiMarzo in the green Nova. Both small block cars running an H-stock automatic. $11.39 for DiMarzo, a lot quicker than Farrell's $11.73. Next up, quite a pair here in the far lane, the world champion, Allison Dahl, driving the Porter-Tree car. She also has pretty much designed the whole timing system here. That means she can probably never red light at Lebanon Valley Dragway. Jimmy Daniels in the Camaro. His other car, Super A Hemi car, has won this Hemi shootout at Indy 4 years in a row. Almost identical lights. Jimmy Daniels, 825 under with an 1132. Allison, 75 under with a 1049. It's kind of cool. We have at least two world champions here. Frank Aragona in comp and Allison in stock eliminator. I think it's just the two. Am I correct? But still, that's good. Super Street, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Todd Hogan, AA stock automatic Mopar. Keith Sansone, the stock automatic Nova. Almost identical reaction times. 10:03 for Hogan, 66 under. Sansone 7/10 under with a 1085. The far lane, my buddy Holly Smith. From North Syracuse, New York, Mike Farrell. One of the regulars here at the Valley and a track sponsor, Innovative Performance. He's from East Nassau, New York, right down the road. 72 Duster with a 340. Farrell 1086 at 120, 83 under. Howie 657 under with a 1219. Great run for Mike Farrell. He is in the number 10 slot. Same thing. Let's see if he let the puppies loose. Joe Santangelo in the Fink lane. Driving Anthony Bertozzi's Camaro in the far lane, John Bubka. Ridge, New York, 66 Nova with a 327. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. $10.69 and only 95 miles an hour. 55 under. Bubka, 3/10 under with an 1196. Another hitter driver right here in the white Camaro, Tim Fletcher, son of legendary Dan Fletcher, Churchville, New York. In the far lane, Chris Butcher, Merrimack, New Hampshire. These cars running heads up, an H stock automatic. 1181. Only 88 miles an hour for Fletcher. Butcher goes 1148 at 116. Allison Dahl's brother in the far lane, Steve Smith in the Porter-Tree car, one of the Dodge Drag Pack Challengers, up against Ed Bednaz. 396 Nova in B-stock stick. Pulls the front wheels in second gear. You gotta love it. Smith gets there first, 982, 138, 775 under. Bednaz at 1046 at 127. Next pair of love orange Camaros, Ron Infantino, Asbrook Heights, New Jersey. Far lane, Brian Valentine, Millwood, New York. Small block Camaro. Actually, a pair of small blocks. Infantino pulling away at the top, 1126, 73 under. Valentine at 1212. Bill Pomponi in the Baloo. I'm going to screw it up. I asked him what it is, and the Baloo is like a Indian mystical, it's something interesting. Larry Williams in far lane, 455, Buick Grand Sport. Big Lock car is going to get there, 1101 at 118, 837 under, 1162 for Pomponi. Another old-timer, Gene Monahan in the Firebird. Joe Lisa in the beautiful black 68 Camaro. Something going wrong for Joe Lisa. Monahan driving kind of out of the groove. Still gets there with a 1208 at 107. Lisa crosses the finish line, coasting. In far lane, Bob Letelier, Biddeford, Maine, 2014. Copo Camaro with the 427 in it. Donnie Carroll in the Firebird. Letelier, 1004. 131, 1128 for Carroll, 115. Both a few tenths under. Another one of my favorites in this category, Todd Bednaz. D-Stocker 396 4-speed. If you like Formula One racing, look up a 1969 Lotus Formula One car. The exact same paint as that, but it's an accidental matchup. Tim Gray driving his dad's Nova in the Firematic lane. Uh-oh. Todd Bednaz, 1079 on 1150 index. We're going to make sure nothing is on the racetrack. Everything's cool. Next pair. Deanne Lynch, the El Shaddai car. Up against Jeff LaFleur, Ridge, New York, 70 Camaro. Both 350s. LaFleur should be the quicker of the two. Not the case. Dan Lynch, 725 under with 1142, 1197 for LaFleur. Now, in my opinion, not enough race cars have names. I love names on race cars. This is a good name. Richard Boyle, of course, the Boiling Point. Never met him, can't attest to his temper. In the far lane, Larry Pappas. 98 Pontiac 350 running in B stock automatic. Pappas out of it way early, 11:54, only 87 miles an hour. Boyle, I think, was out tough to say, 11:40 at 112. He was still over 7/10 under. Gary Walters in the black Nova, Shane Oakes in the green Camaro, both running G-Stock automatic. A 305 versus a 327. Pretty good side-by-side time trial. And Oakes gets there first, 11:35, actually on a hole shot to an 11:31. Both over 6/10 under the index. The Vinonia family, Baba, are known for clean Mopars. This one's no exception. 69 Cuda with a 440 in it, running C-Stock automatic. James Perrone. In the far lane, 350 Nova. Knowing a good run, 10:63, 76 under, 122 miles an hour, 11:39 for Perrone. Matt Lisa driving Kenny Richards' car up against Eric Merrifield, another drag pack challenger, 345-inch motor. Eric, straight. Okay, much better. 11:27 for Matthew, 10:86 for Eric. Another one of my favorites, Mike Epprecht, 94 Caprice, ex-police car, 265 cubic inch Chevy. Still runs pretty good for a tiny V8. Far lane, Sean Conway. From New Jersey in the Malibu wagon. Wow. We love wagons here at Lebanon Valley, especially ones that do wheel stands. Pretty much a side-by-side race. 12:89 for Epprecht, over half a second under. 12:71 for the wagon. And last pair. After a session of stock, I feel like Moses coming out of the desert. There's always a lot of cars in stock eliminator. Matt Taccone in the Barracuda. He's been a regular up here. Johnny Gray, AA stock automatic. One of the most gorgeous cars ever in stock eliminator. The paint job based on the Keeling and Clayton funny cars back in the early 70s. $10.01, 131 for Gray. Taccone, 11:28 at 115, and Is that actually it? Oh my God. Back over to Al Reinhardt, and man, I need a break.
Well, thank you, Bill. And here we go, Super Street, starting with a couple of 60s Chevrolets. Brian Sawyer, who is considerably less than 60, and Peter Neal, who is considerably less than 60. We're at target practice now with 10.90 being the target. Second run down the boulevard and starting off with the reigning division champion here in the left lane. That Sawyer family, part of a three-way tie with 9 division championships each. And I don't mean each member of the Sawyer family, I mean Sawyer and Stalba and Santangelo. 538 miles an hour for Pete. 1089 for Brian Sawyer. I think Brian's going to be pretty happy with that. 1 thou red at 1089. Hey, it's a practice run. You can adjust that pretty simply. Here comes the Duster. I like that thing. I said, except for the non-matching wheels part. Still don't have the information on the Duster. TJ Garrett over there in a Mustang on the Firematic side of the racetrack. .005 for TJ, that's good. 1097 for TJ, yeah, not so much. 081 for the Duster, not so much. 1091, that's pretty good. Those two guys need to get together. Compare notes. Flip-flop back and forth. How about a 1091 at 142 miles an hour for Steve Novolowski? Nice job, Steve. Russell Cook goes 1070, 113. That is a big miss. Huge miss. Large miss. And that'll bring up our 68 Roadrunner. Meep, meep. Tom Amorosi over in the Nova. Better light. I mean, 5 overs one, 5 unders the other. If you want to get technical, overjoyed with that. Now it's Barb Markelou. This thing is ridiculously fast. What do we got, like 4 cars at over 150 miles an hour, and I think this is one of them. Gene Nichols. That Fox body Ford over on the right side, he will not, repeat, not run 150 miles an hour. $10.89.3 for Gene Nichols. Way to go, Gene. Barb goes 1093, 151 miles an hour. Told you that car was fast. Speaking of fast, this car's fast. Keith Mayers. It looks a little different, but it's still fast. George McGugan over on the right side in that Hemi green. I wonder if that's really a 440 Duster. Not from the factory, it's not. It does have the Hemi hood scoop on it, though, and you get credit for that. At least if I'm the one giving the credit, right now I am. 10.902 for Keith. 153.46. That's why he's the man. 10.89, 106 miles an hour for George. Just think if those two race each other. Almost a 50 mile an hour difference in top end speed. That'll be fun judging the stripe, wouldn't it? Well, wouldn't it? I think it would. Here comes Hong Lee. Hong gets credit for the square snorkel scoop. Michael Fitz has an almost square snorkel scoop, but they like angled it to be, you know, almost level across the top. And the old school look was pointed down. .1092, 129 miles an hour for Mike. Hong Lee's car didn't really jump off the starting line like it normally does, and it shows up in the elapsed time down there as well as he goes 11:13. Okay, a couple of slammed down 60-something pony cars. Rick Mattioli here on the left side, 67 Camaro. Jeff McMillan on the right side, 65 Mustang. Tub them and drop them in the weeds. .904. 019 dead 4. That's a 23 thousandths overall package for Rick Mattioli. I believe that's best in category so far. 1095. 110 miles an hour with a red light. Over on the Firematic side. Back now in the Fink equipment lane. Is that really Dave Markle? If it is, he must have borrowed this car. Because I actually think that's Jerry. I don't think that's Dave. Sometimes I ponder things that don't need pondering, and that's what happened there. 01 red. Make that 001 red. Mustard by that much. And then 1092, 1091, 124. I am in need of more database building. Down to the stripe, 1088, 155 miles an hour for Gary. The bird. Now it's Ray Butler and Steve McCarrick. Down to the stripe they go. Oh, that's so close for Steve. 10.8. 9. 9. 1087. Comes up for Ray. Peter Diamond in the truck. Jason Lawrence in the gray electric. Hard-working machine. I'm telling you, that thing hits a stop like Wojciesko's car. Holy smokes does it stop. And then holy smokes does it go. 1089, 148 miles an hour for Jason. 1088, 133 for Pete Diamond. Don Garbinski misses the green by 1 thou. And then misses the perfect run by 12 thou. 1091 2. 1111 for Mike Thomas. At 130 miles an hour. And listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super comp. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Super comp. Come on down. Larry Pulver, Frank Volpe. 124 miles an hour for Frank. And it's Mike Falcone. Wonder if he's got the Mission Impossible music playing in the car. I would. I just would. Couple of pretty good reaction times, and how about a dead on 4? So Mission Impossible puts up an 11 pack, and so far that is Mission best in category. I probably wouldn't look the same on the side of the race car, but Mission best in category. So now you got to be better than 11 pack if you want to be best in category. So I ask you, do you want to be best in category? Well, do you? Do you? Ain't gonna happen here. Not gonna happen here. You're not gonna have an 021 light get inside an 11 pack. No way, no how. I don't care how good you think you are. 1091 150 miles an hour for that big speed Darren Wood. 1092 at 123.8. Over on the right side. Brings up Neil Vaccaro and Pat Doherty. Pat has got that super stock looking. Shouldn't that be like a modified stalker? I think it should be a modified stalker. He turns the light the wrong color by a thou. Goes 1084 to 148 miles an hour. 1091, 142 for Neil Vaccaro. One more time, Super Comp. Super Comp, I need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, come on down. Super Comp. Dynabraid. Abrasive power tools. I don't want my power tools to be abrasive. I want them to be soft and cuddly. Well, maybe not cuddly, but I don't want abrasive. 008 10.888 for Jay. Somebody else had those numbers earlier. That is not too shabby for a time run. Dead on 3 for Pete, who couples it with an 021 light, so he doesn't get to be best in category, but it's not bad. It's a third best, 23 pack and 11 pack and a 24 pack. I mean, if I'm in for the evening, I'd rather have the 24 pack, but if I'm racing Super Street, I'd rather have the 11. And here comes Bill Arpine in the GTO with a stroker small block. That thing just needs a license plate. Wouldn't that thing be a big hit at cruise night? Dave Bergefelt over there in the green machine. He slammed down. Year 1 Firebird. And that thing's all Pontiac, too. It's got a 455 in it. We ain't stinking no big block Chevy in my Pontiac. No way, no how, no chance. Ain't happening. You know what else ain't happening? Bill is not running 1090. Ain't happening. 1093. 144 for Dave. Dave's not here. No, he's down there. I can see him. 1691, 65 miles an hour for Bill. That'll bring up B Loans. Could stand for Bob. Could stand for Brian. Except Brian has absolutely zero ability inside a race car. And those are his words. He will tell you that. His dad, however, is a little better. I mean, a little. Let's not get carried away. That is a Dodge over on the right side. And is it Carter on the door? I don't have that one in my database yet either. I know that we had a few cars that rolled through the gate, entered into the system. $11 flat, 133 for Loans. I call that a miss. 1089. 133 for the Dodge. I call that a hit. And here's another one of our mystery drivers. Good old 1791. At least it looks like 1791. Over on the right side, Taylor Iacono. No mystery there. Everybody knows Taylor. I mean, you know how everybody loves Raymond? Well, I'm not saying everybody loves Taylor, but everybody knows Taylor. All right, I guess most people love Taylor. The vast majority. That's a pretty good little race, huh? 2 thou down at the stripe, 1088 to a 1088. As it all comes together with the little bitty numbers. Doug Busa in the black car. Bill Krug in the blue car. There's a sign about that? Blue on black, tears on a river. Don't mean much. $11.42 for Bill Krug. That's not what he wanted. I can tell from here. It's like, Bill, is that what you wanted? Nope. Okay. Just checking. 1086. On the other side, and that's a little bit closer. Let's say Strickland, I think, on the Boo. Jonathan Leahy. That wildly painted Nova. Well, the Malibu's definitely not getting in the Reaction Time Hall of Fame. Or the elapsed time for that matter. Leahy, however, goes 10.906 after going 0.26. That is a 32 pack. Better if you're buying beer, not better. If you're trying to be best in category, and best in category is an 11. Timbo, as he's known, Tim Fletcher, in the ATI car. What is it that makes Super Street so popular with pickups? The pickup popularity punctuated by a plethora of pickups. I was doing so good until I used pickups twice. Yeah. Well, after an 010 reaction time, could be best in category, but you better be perfect. Nope, 1088 to a 1089. $88 for the truck. $89 for Fletch. Jason Mazzata. In the Nova, David Johnson. In the Prophecy. Now, if you remember earlier, when last we saw the Prophecy, it was being pushed off the starting line. I had a feeling he'd be back. See what I did there? Hey, they can't all be gems. Oh, no, not again. Again? Not again. That's no fun. A 003 light. All right, let's see if we can get a best in category. Come on, dead 7, dead 7, dead 7. Oh, so close. A 14 overall package at 10.91. And I hate it for Dave. That's twice he's come off the starting line. I mean, at the risk of getting overly technical for you casual fans, that sucks. Hopefully we have staging lanes full of super comp cars. I hope. We've invited them. We were nice. Didn't yell or anything. Fortunately, it was a quickie cleanup and the Frankabad. Camaros, a pair. Big blocks, a pair. 1086 to a 1089, not exactly a pair, but ish. We are at the end of Super Street, and that means Super Comp. If you're not in the staging lanes, you're late. Late, 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 late. And I'm going to tell on you. Comes Jose Sanchez and Kelly Kondratic. It's an interesting match. If you told everybody you watched a Cutlass race a Monte Carlo, would they know you were at the drags? Well, would they? Ruh-roh. That didn't work worth a darn. Sanchez pulled in, pushed the trans brake button, pushed the gas, and only one of them worked. The gas worked fine. The trans brake button didn't work at all. 1088, 140 miles an hour. And if I'm not mistaken, we are at the end of Super Street. And the best run down the course so far was the Mission Impossible car. Is that right? I think it is. Hang on, Sean. So I got one parked down there on the racetrack. And now he makes the turn. And here comes Sean. Sean, who got to ride home from Epping with a trophy in the truck. Well, it wasn't his trophy, it was his wife's trophy, but still. It counts. He actually made his way all the way to the final round. It looked like it might be a true two-trophy day for the family, but the Sawyers had other ideas. .003, he could be best in category. He might be best in category. And he will not be best in category. Come on, Jackie, smack him around. Straighten him out, would you? 1087, 121 miles an hour. 121.12. That's almost a palindrome. What? What, palindrome? That's not technical. Why isn't palindrome spelled the same backwards? Why is the abbreviation so long? Why is this? Why is the sky blue? Why is the grass green? Well, look at us. That fast we switched gears. We went from 1090 to 890. We went from you must have fenders and sit on the left side of the car to, we don't care. Do whatever the heck you want. Joey Cambria, Team Airlift, which will level your load. And it's much friendlier than sitting on an airbag. I'm not recommending anybody do that. Rich door over on the right side. And the all-black machine. So we had an 18-pack. No, we had an 11-pack. We had an 11-pack that was best in category. See what these guys can do. 8.904. Joey Cambria. 021 dead 4. That's 25. That's not going to be best in category, but it ain't bad. It ain't bad. I know my mother would be very disappointed with my grammar, but it still ain't bad. Chris Ladiga. Now, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Chris the one that had the nitrous leak earlier? And Doug Dahl. Doug's one of those rare guys that has 2 world championship trophies at his house. One of them's his, and one of them belongs to his wife. And as a matter of fact, 889, 160 miles an hour for Chris. 896, 176 for Doug. I do believe they are the only couple in the history of NHRA where a world champ married a world champ. Lance Pinto in the left side and our Mystery Vega in the right side. A couple of door cars. If I told you, hey, check it out, we're racing Super Comp, you'd glance at the track and go, no, we're not. There's no rule that says you have to run a dragster. Most people just do. $842. What's the word I'm looking for? Throttle stop. $897. Much better. Much better. Comes Keith Lazier. What is Aero Swiss? Well, I could Google it. No, that's Aerosmith. Dick Dorr over on the right side with that injected car. I really don't know what Aero Swiss is. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. Let's see. An airline out of Switzerland. Thank you. Aero Swiss. They make things that are smaller than quarters? Aero Swiss is a precision machine shop that makes little bitty stuff. I bet they can make big stuff too. $894 on the left side for Keith. $889 for Dorr.
No, it is not.
You know, if we just painted that scoop and wing white, we could take a picture of these two in monochrome. John Durfus and Jason Kenny. All right, John, give him something to shoot for. You saw that, right? You got to stop it. You got a 663 elapsed time stopping it right there. Bogus. 9.000. Now, if that had been 8.9000, I'd be impressed. Jason Kenny's time came up 663. Jason Kenny did not run 663, but if I'm not mistaken, I think a butterfly went through the beam down there. I saw it. Almost positive. Tiana Zarella on the left side, Chase Fonstock on the right. No, something definitely flew through the beam down there and stopped the clock for Jason. Because his dad's car's that fast, his isn't. Especially when he's throttle stopping her. The TT Motorsports. Tommy's Toys. And Tommy has toys. Many, many toys. When I grow up, I want to be Tommy. Actually, to be honest, I don't particularly care about the grow up part. I just want to be Tommy. How about the difference in speed? Almost 50 miles an hour to stripe. 895 for Tiana. Playing the top end throttle stop. 4. Playing the starting line throttle stop game. And now to bring up Mike Robalato. Not exactly breaking news. He's pretty good at this. Alan Gauthier on the right side. For Raven Racing. If you're watching close on the starting line, you could probably pick out who had a better reaction time. Probably. Robalato goes 883 after being 006. 894 for Allen. After having a reaction time started with a 4. That's not good. Not good. Here is Jamie Diamond and Antonio Benya. Just wondering, if Jamie was on the PGA and hit the ball and it didn't land in the fairway, would he be a diamond in the rough? I had to go a long way for that one, didn't I? .905 for Antonio with an 0.26 reaction time. So he's not going to have the best package, but definitely got the car dialed in. 885 for Diamond. Need to pull the reins out of that just a little bit. Here comes Jasmine Weeder. Dana Beauchamp on the right side. As we got a couple of big block rear engine dragsters. Whoa, hold up. I don't know what happened there, but the tree should have fired and didn't. And I guarantee you that's exactly what both of them were thinking. Wow. We're going to bring those two back and take another crack at it because I'm not sure exactly what happened, but the tree, it did not fire.
And 100U will get reruns. There was a tree malfunction.
So we'll load them back up and give them another crack at it because that we should at least give them a minute to cool the converters. Okay, that's enough. Nope, that's the one before. Sorry.
It started with a W, the screen clear, but they're the two coming off the track very, very.
On hold here for just a couple of minutes, and then we'll continue on as we're rocking our way on through these super comp machines. I want to thank everybody that is a part of our Bounty Hunter program. Folks at Oaks Landscape putting up the bounty for stock and super stock. Select Performance in Super Street. Portatree Bounty Hunter Award for Super Gas. Duzin in Super Comp. Power Technologies Bounty Hunter Award. In Top Dragster, Ken Moses Transmission. In Top Sportsman, Handyman and Electric, the Bounty Hunter Award for Competition Eliminator.
MicroStrategies has been transforming business through innovation for nearly 35 years. Our core focus is to help our customers manage, mine, and monetize their data and informational assets. Whether it is in enterprise content management, big data and analytics, IoT, cloud, or security solution, we have the skill and the experience to help our customers disrupt their markets and lead in their industries.
Hey, just a quick heads up. If you are a time traveler, I'd like to invite you to the Time Travelers meeting. It'll be last Tuesday at 1 a.m. Feel free to stop by. That's how I'll know. That's how I'll know. All right, we got things reloaded, and we're back after it. With Mark Pettit over there in the Doosan machine. I'm looking at the car over here on the left side, and I'm telling you, other than having a number on it and whatever that little pink thing is, that thing ain't got a sticker on it nowhere. That's a little more like what it's supposed to look like. Watch the difference in speed on these two playing the game a little different at the top end. 888, 177 miles an hour for Mark. 909 at only 144 miles an hour. Here on the Fink Equipment side of the racetrack. Bring up John Smith and Timmy Markaloo. The Rev X team. Rev X, gas and oil additives. Yeah, just load stuff in there. Why not? Why not? And Timmy Markaloo. They've got a fleet of really nice looking, really fast race cars over there at Team Markaloo. Couple of pretty fair reaction times. Let's see, we still don't have anybody with a teen or better overall package. And we still don't. But we were close. 889, 179 miles an hour for Markaloo. 886 at 168 miles an hour for John Smith, if that is your real name. Now it's Team Leone on the left side, Team Nichols in the right. As we continue on with big block Chevy-powered rear-engine dragsters. As long as you like big block Chevy-powered rear-engine dragsters, you're in the right place. I mean, that doesn't cover every car and category, but most of them. Super Stock, be ready. You guys are going to be next. We'll roll through Super Gas and then into our second alcohol qualifying session. Still can't believe we haven't had anybody out there yet be in the teens. We got 889 to an 889. As those two both look like they're locked pretty darn close to where they want to be. 889.8 for Leon. $889.2 for Nichols, and that'll bring up the relentless machine of Amanda Boychesko and Heather Fetch. Over on the right side. So we got a proud dad rooting on Amanda. And we got a proud mom rooting on Heather Fetch. Amanda goes red by a couple of thou. Heather stays on the right side of the tree. 886, 172 miles an hour for Heather. 889.9. Amanda missed by 5 thousandths of a second. 4 thou on the tree and 1 on the track. You're getting picked up here and going right out over the field. So. That'll bring up Kathy Smulligan and Stephen Logan. Smulligan here on the left side of the racetrack. That is a Pennsylvania-based car. Logan from Massachusetts. You'd have to drive farther to go from here to Pennsylvania than Massachusetts, right? You get to Massachusetts not too far from here. In Pennsylvania, a little bit farther, even like most direct route. I could look it up, but I don't really care that much. I'm just thinking that I've driven from Massachusetts to here, and it didn't seem that far. I don't think I've ever driven from Pennsylvania to here, but I kind of know where it is. It's that away. That 007 light for Kathy Smulligan. Let's see if she can put one in the teens. Nobody yet. And she doesn't either. She runs 889, 172, 886. Had 167 for Stephen Logan. So far, our best package in Super Street is better than our best package in Super Comp. Now, we're not out of Super Comp cars, but, I mean, come on. Driving the Marsters Racing Machine, and here comes Jennifer. Driving the Murray Racing Machine. 891.8 for Jennifer with a 3,000. Our second and two out of three, weather permitting, a run for the day. 892. 174 miles an hour for Chris Cumming. 887 at 174 for Janice Willard. Now it's James Blake on the left side, part of Team Follow Dream, and Angelo DiTacco in the right side, part of Team Angelo DiTacco. See how it worked out? Yeah. All right, Blake. Come on, Blake. What do you got for me, Blake? 885, really? 885, that's what you got for me? That's not what I was looking for. Not it. 892, 174 for Angelo DiTacco. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention on the pits. Super stock, come on down. We need you now, please. Super stock to the lanes. All right, Mr. Happy. Come on, Mr. Happy. Really unhappy? 8873. 889 for Kenny Moses at 188 miles an hour. Okay, I'm just trying to help you guys because, you know, all you guys in Super Comp, if somebody doesn't put together a pretty good run out here, boy, are you going to hear it from all the super streeters, because every super streeter in the pits is going to be going, we're better than you are, neener, neener, neener. I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. Jessica Stadowski and Tom Oliver. Jessica on the left lane, Tom on the right lane. Nah, that ain't it. Tom's car looked like it rolled the beam before he was ready to go. I mean, that didn't even look like an early leave. It just looked like a oops. 899, 167 miles an hour for Jess. 927 and 127 for Tom Oliver, who's just going to throw that whole thing away. That's like 30 seconds of his life that he'll never get back, and he doesn't want back because he doesn't ever want to do that again. Markle now in that double M car, and Rob Hyatt over on the right side. I think I missed a pair in there somewhere, and boy, do I hate when that happens. One red, one green. 1888, 167 miles an hour for Rob Hyatt, and 893 at 168 for Dave Markle. William Pitts up now. And the black and silver machine. I really like the graphics on that. Just kind of simple and basic, and like put a little splash in there somewhere. Mike McIntyre over on the right side for McIntyre. That's actually a small block Chevrolet. A sea of dragsters, a couple of door cars, a couple of small blocks. A 003 light. All right, come on. Come on, Mr. Pitts. 887. 169. McIntyre goes 891. At 148 miles an hour. And we continue looking for somebody to nail the numbers on both ends of this thing. It's got to happen at some point. Looks like Jim Gannon here on the left side, and that car is for sale, a Dan Page built. Big block machine. Tom Stater in the right. Now, Tom's got the wing on his, and it looks like Jim has got the mount for the wing, but he just opted not to mount her on the back there. Wing. I don't need no stinking wing. Slater missed the green ball by one little bad thou. Oh, 8,900 and 011. Way to go, Jim. All right, that car's for sale, and it could be yours. 011 and 8,900. That ties the best package that we had in Super Street. And doing a quick track check way down there in the shutdown. They said, hold off for just a moment. I need to run out and take a look at something, and we'll continue on. Super Stock. Attention in the pits. Super Stock, I need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Stock to the lanes. All good at the top end of the racetrack. Let's fire them back up. And bring it, Dave Rowe. Team Blue Chip, and Kyle Bigley. Kyle, who's in the trailer biz, who's also the division champ, who's also top 5 in the world, who's... I don't remember exactly where he went, but knocked down a bunch of rounds in Epping a couple weeks ago. $11,000's the best overall package in category right now. At least that's not quite as embarrassing as where you guys were. I mean, come on. Like I said, I've been trying to help you. 881, 166 for Dave Rowe. That's way too quick. 889. At 161, that's not way too quick, but it is just a little bit. Now it's Rick Rollison and Brad Coryell. Rick on the Fink equipment side of the racetrack. Brad then by process of elimination must be in the Firematic lane. $889.4 Chuck. $889.8 Emily. They miss a perfect run on both lanes by a combined total of 8 thousandths of a second, but they were both on the underside. And that brings up Tom Hunter and Spencer Markle. Spencer got the Wright Trailers logos on the side of that, and I do believe I know where that car came from. Pretty sure. Almost positive. Willing to wager. That car used to live in Florida. Hey, let's make this final call. Final call, Superstock. Superstock, you should be in the lanes. A perfect reaction time for Tom Hunter. Come on, Tom. Come on, Tom. Come on, Tom. 899. Missed by half an hour. 894 for Markle at 177. I said, come on, Tom, so many times. I almost broke into come on, Eileen. Here is John Martin on the left side of the racetrack. Joe Gallucci on the right for Team Napa Auto Parts. See Darlene down there, weather station in hand. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the... Let's just take a peek and see which direction grains are going now. From 130, they almost have to go down, don't they? Hey, look at that, 129.2. Yeah, that's way better. Way better. Humidity 79%, considering it was 100 earlier. And the only reason the humidity went down is because the temperature went up. Because humidity is relative. All right, look at the 005 light. John Martin, can you be the man? Not with a 938. Huh? Huh? All right, that was really weird. Smacked the tree pretty good, but yeah, that run down the racetrack was not so much. Miranda Marsters, and now is that really Jim Blake? Or is that Patty? I'm not sure. That broke. Miranda Marsters' car looked like something, maybe the rear end broke. I mean, that thing chattered and jumped and did something really stupid on the starting line. She is obviously wise enough not to hit the gas again after that, because I don't think that was going to end well. But pretty sure that something on that Marsters' car is physically broken, because that just looked really weird. Really, really weird. Now Miranda is able to get clear of the top end down around the corner, so that's definitely a good thing. And here comes William Gilman in the car he calls the Mistress. And Howie Smith. Now, is it just me, or is one of Howie's cars like refrigerator white, and the other one is all black, like moonshining black? It might be just me, but I don't think so. Gilman missed the bulb by 2 thou. 893, 186 miles an hour for Howie Smith. That is a big mile. I don't think we've got a 190 mile an hour Super Comp car here, do we? I don't remember seeing one the first time. 186 is like hustling right along in this category. There's a few 200 mile an hour cars. John Spar, I think, was the first. Bring up Bill Krug and Michael Karen. The Firematic car, Pink Equipment Lane. Michael Karen's got a 005 reaction time. All right, Mike. Come on, Mike. 8, 8, 8. 893, 164 miles an hour over here in the left side. And here come the next pair, Justin Mason and Phil Molicella. Rolling our way right on through the second time trial run.